Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, got to fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fallback. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Welcome. It is I. It is he. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, I'm here with the homie, Righteous Reg. What's going on with you?
It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster. Saturday morning. What a life we're living. We've done this 200 times. I cannot even believe the point that we've gotten here. But I'm here, Righteous Reg, media man. And I was listening to the intro. I was like, man, 200 times at least somebody has heard me rap. So can't be much upset at that.
Yeah. Because it's episode 200, I figured we waited 200 episodes before we had Sean on this podcast. So we might as well have him on. I'm sure he's been sitting somewhere like, man, these guys have done 200 episodes. 200 and I've never gotten it right.
You did say like last week when I was like, oh, I just moved my Q&A to not compete with Grapsody. You were like, you could have just popped on the Grapsody as well. And I was like, well, I didn't know that was an option.
Yeah, it's funny when Phil said that you had never been on the show. I was like, what? How? That doesn't even make sense. Like the platform, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. I say it in the intro. Like, we wouldn't be on here without SRS. So it's glad we're happy to finally have the man himself here. We
can say a lot of things in that intro that aren't on this show, though.
That's a fact. I mean,
yeah, I mean, you could
start out with something that's not on the show at all entirely.
We could have changed this all around, got some Photoshop skills going, put his face over Will's face, and it could have just been like a random cut in. Will, Phil, and Sean.
Yep. Today my name is Won't Washington. That's me.
Won't Washington. We got Won't Washington here on the show, you guys, and we're very excited. We can maybe dispel some rumors, some gossip, some things that have had been attached to us for very long. Because Sean,
yeah,
you've got us a lot of beef, a lot of grief, a lot of. I'm like, why? How did we get into this? And they're like, that SRS, he's the one, he did it. And then we're just like, dude, I don't. What does that got to do with us? Is continuously what I've been thinking for the last almost 4 years. So what the hell, Sean Ross Sapp?
Well, I mean, now I've got to deal with it with Jimmy Van every week. Like now, I like every time he tweets something, people are like, Sean, don't you realize that if you just quit Fightful and walked out on your contract and cost 40 people their jobs, the world would be better? And I'm like, well, I mean, maybe. Maybe, but like I don't want to get sued either. So now I see what it is. Listen, there are a whole lot of people that feel like they should be able to say things a certain way, and then when they happen to get a reply, they then develop one-sided feuds on the internet for years. And I don't know. I just wonder what these people are telling their family when they're like, what'd you do today? And they're like, oh, I totally own this wrestling writer.
I got him. This is the day I got him.
Like, eat your macaroni and go back to your room, please. Like, but yeah, I got invited, but it was after I had committed to going to my in-laws' birthday party. So now I'm doing the traditional wrestling interview in a car.
Shame. I said when we got on the pod, you're setting a bad example for all these wrestlers who are in their feud with some person and they're in their car in front of their steering wheel talking about, I'm going to see you on Saturday. And it's like, dog, why couldn't you find some corner of your apartment or outside somewhere to cut this promo?
What I have learned is that the 5G signal is a lot better than these wrestlers' Wi-Fi a lot of times.
That's a fact. And that's when they're in their houses. Sometimes Phil and I do a interview, and I'm like, "What Wi-Fi are you on? You're at home."
But you want to talk about me getting you all grief? Phil and I bonded over him getting me grief.
How did I get you grief? Because
by daring to appear on a podcast with us while you were working somewhere else.
That is one of the funny backstories of this podcast. That it was very much like that the GIF of my man eating the hot wings. Like, man, who would imagine you and us here?
yes. Look at us.
Who would imagine? 200 episodes.
Because I mean, anytime one of my team members would be like, "Hey, we want to have Phil on," I'm like, "Hell yeah, I love Phil. Phil's great. He does incredible work." It's just that somebody else thought your work was so incredible that you should never ever consider appearing elsewhere while working there.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Very weird times. It seems like that was so long ago. I guess it was, because that was
5 years ago.
It was 5 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, yeah, it predates this podcast. This podcast is going on 4 years. So, yeah, has been going on 5 years ago. Wow.
Have I ever told you all the story about the first time I met Will, which led to me wanting to work with him?
No. Let's hear it.
Oh, boy. So, I have not taken a lot of vacations in the history of Fightful. Had my honeymoon about a year after. It was a couple days. Went on a vacation. Wasn't good. And then finally, a friend of ours had been begging us to come to Colorado. Just begging us for years. And we were like, yeah, sure, let's go. During this vacation, guys, we saw the argument. And when I say the argument, I mean the argument that led to their divorce. We witnessed it.
Ooh. Oh, no.
So I'm like, yes. So we're chilling in Boulder, Colorado, just waiting for somebody to get into the gun cabinet at this point. And we're like, no, let's go to Denver. Let's hang out there for the night. We don't want to be around this. And the girl went with us, and she was a wreck. And I just happened to message Will, and I'm like, Will, are you around? Because he is the most diffuse a situation human being I have ever seen in my life. So I was like, maybe I can hang out with Will a little bit, and my wife can hang out with this emotional wreck of a friend that we have right now. And Will came out. He had no idea what he was walking into. He played air hockey with us, and we just talked about wrestling. We talked about some projects that he had, and I was like, at that point, I had decided if I get an opportunity to work with him in the future, I want to. And I had said the same thing about working with Phil in the past. I was like, you know what? I would love for an opportunity to come up where I get to work with them. And then a couple months later, maybe if that, Will calls me, and I've had probably, I've over 1,000 pitches for podcast shows, work. And I have always said there has only been one time where somebody came to me and said, this is how this will not cost you a bunch of money. This is how we will turn a profit for Fightful, or at least break even. And Will was like, think about it. I was like, I've thought about it. I want to do this. Like that's it. Like, before the phone conversation was over, I was like, yes, this is a great idea. I like all the parties involved. I like the direction of it. I want to be completely hands off until episode 200, or I will pop up and tell the story. And but it's one of those rare situations where, like, by the end of the pitch phone call, like, I already knew, like, yeah, this is a brilliant idea. I like these guys, and it's like, very rarely can you find one fresh voice on, like, a new project, but when you got three that you know are all good, I was like, my God, this is too good to be true.
So you're telling me that you didn't sit at home one day and go, you know what we need on this channel? 3 black guys. We need 3 token black guys on this channel so that nobody ever accuses me of being racist again.
Yeah, I saw all these Whiteful tweets, and I was like, you know what I gotta do? You know what I gotta do?
Yeah,
that's exactly. It was my brilliant idea. That's what it was. It was all me because nobody else is here to take credit for it anymore.
You found three tokens to put on your show. Like, these guys will do it. That'll fill the quota. We got affirmative action over here. It's Grapsody.
Yeah. Also, when you were talking about the pitches, one of the funniest things I think about all the time is when Will initially left and we're like trying to think, I think we can still do this with the two of us. Like, we're trying to figure out how we're going to move forward. And I started getting all these messages from people like, hey, man, you think the Saturday time slot's going to be open? Yeah. No, because we're the Saturday time slot. We invented the Saturday time slot. Yes. You can't have our time slot.
There was no time slot before you guys. Like, it was
right.
In fact, we had been scaling back the number of podcasts we did, and because Will presented me with a great plan, a great show, great hosts, I was like, well, there's no way we can't do this. Like, this is good for everybody, so let's go ahead and do it. And most importantly, I thought it was good for wrestling media, wrestling news, and all that, because like Reg has made CM Punk cry, so that's good. Like lots has emerged from this. Not to say you wouldn't have made him cry without Grapsody. Of course you would.
But
you make plenty of people cry on your own.
That's a fact, but it did help me get into the building being like, oh, you know, Sean Ross Sapp? And they're like, yeah, we know that fool. He can never come in here. Do not let him come in here. Now, that was before. That's when you could come in there. You wanted to come in there. So funny. But yeah, I think through this 200, because that all happened. So like, as fast as you're describing the thing, Sean, is like how fast it happened for Phil and I too. Will was just like, hey, I have this idea. I'm going to go pitch it to Sean Ross Sapp. And we were like, all right, cool. And then he came back legit like not that long later and was like, we're good. And we were like, huh?
We're in. It was like, he pitched the podcast and then he was like, oh, I have an idea of where we might be able to put it. And then he came back, yep, we're in. I was like, okay, great.
And with Will, like, he was one of those people that, like, he was a podcasting original in wrestling as well. Yeah. And like, a lot of our audience, like, or my specific audience might not know that. I'm sure your audience does by now, but like, he was well adept at so many different things regarding podcasting and had this history and also an audience already. He had a devoted like group of people that already listened to him and respected him and liked him. And I mean, obviously somebody else liked him enough to take his ideas and put them on TV. So, I mean, like, I thought that was really good too. And everything about the pitch made sense to me. And also when I met him, and I got a lot of really good vibes about him personally, to have walked into the hilarious situation of which I presented him, like, yeah, this lady's going crazy over here, hang out with me. And he was just like the coolest person. It was fantastic. And yeah, man, like, it was really good. I'll say this. I'm much happier that we lost him to AEW than Wrestling Inc.
Oh. Sean, you have to chill. You gotta chill.
They even do podcasts over there anymore? Like,
no.
Oh, damn.
And that's probably why, because he didn't end up going there.
I mean, it could have been just Grapsody on Wrestling Inc. That would have been.
Oh, they wanted him. They wanted it bad. They did. And listen, you know I would have supported Will Washington no matter what.
Definitely.
Damn, man.
It would have hurt.
Could you imagine him, like, not just taking the throne of Wrestling Inc., but of Raj Giri and him firing off the Raj tweet?
Sean.
Bro. I think that's Grapsody lore that our listeners do not know.
They know now.
How do they not know? I tweeted about it.
We never talked about it on this podcast.
We didn't talk about it.
We've never talked about it.
How bad they wanted you all? Come on.
Yeah, no, we did not talk about it.
Which is funny for multiple reasons, that he could have ended up over there. A certain guy being over there at the same time as well. That would have been very funny.
Not wrong, buddy.
Times were weird. That's the first thing I thought about. I was like, wait, who's over there? And then I was like, wait, who's over there?
Nah.
That's kind of one of the reasons why I was like, it wouldn't be so bad if he took that job, because I know what order number 1 would have been from him.
Yeah.
And that would have been personally gratifying for me.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, Sean, but black people, like, that's the first thing we'll say if somebody calls, like, hey, you want to come over here? Who all there, man? Who all there, man? I don't know, man.
Who's all over there, though? First, before I get into this, and that's what it was immediately that. And so, damn, life would have been very different. I don't know if we would have gotten to 200 over there.
Well, listen, after everything I'm saying on 200, maybe we'll make it to 201. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe that would have sped up our channel existing if we went over there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Our YouTube channel would have popped up a lot faster, maybe. I don't know.
That's true.
Oh,
man, this is gonna get aggregated. SRS was going off on the Grapsody podcast.
Listen, I got no love for the people. You want me to tell you a funny story about the people that run Wrestling Inc.? So, I'm from, my college town is Moorhead, Kentucky. Ha ha ha, funny name, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the town where that crazy old lady started denying people gay marriage licenses. She's been back in the news this past week.
Yeah. I saw she was back in the news.
That lady sucks.
So I was there, like, at the courthouse covering it live, and I worked for a site called The Inquisitor, of which, by the way, Wrestling Inc. tried to make me quit while I was on food stamps trying to make ends meet working there. And Inquisitor was like, oh, we've already covered this story today. And I'm like, bitch, I am at the courthouse. I am on the scene. Oh, it fell.
There it is.
High spot.
You've been officially tentacled.
Tentacles. But I was like, I'm at the courthouse. What do you mean? What do you mean? And then they're like, okay, I guess that's a good reason for you to be covering this then. And then the next week they came along and they're like, oh, by the way, we're increasing word count. And it's like by 60%. And of course, my question is, we getting paid 60% more?
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we're not. And I was like, well, see you. Goodbye. And then years later, when Wrestling Inc. got acquired by who acquired them, that was the name I saw on some of the emails when people were messaging me saying, hey, is this offer too good to be true? And my response was, long term, yes, but take it while you got it. Make that money for these 4 months until they realize it's not a good business plan. But yeah, that's my current Wrestling Inc. lore. I have a lot more, them in 2016 rejecting paying me $18,000 a year confirmed. And then me leaving because they wouldn't even guarantee me that amount of money to work 60 hours a week for them. But
60 hours a week.
Oh, it was rough, buddy.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of other behind the scenes lore to the Wrestling Inc. Stuff. That's a deeper, darker criminal link. We don't speak about on here. There's a lot of other lore linked to that. That's funny enough. That's like pitch number 1 or 2 or 3 that almost broke up this podcast. There have been multiple pitches that almost broke up the podcast.
That's a fact. That's the fact.
Yeah. Didn't I expect to get into that, but here we are.
Here we are. Who'd have thought? Look at us.
I thought you were going to come with some scoops, Sean, and you coming with some beef. That's very different. Like, scoops and beef are two different stores.
Hey, listen, you sat there and said you all never talked about it on this show.
No, I never.
Sounds like a scoop to me.
No, never. Because specifically, because again, we've never talked about this on the show. Nope. That predates Will getting the offer from AEW. Yeah. So initially, there was talks about that, and then that's when he got the job. He got the call from Rockefeller.
It all was happening so fast. Again, all these things these big milestone moments for us just happened so quickly because those things seemed like they were so together. and we got thrown into a whirlwind, and we kind of got with Sean Ross, and we were like, well, what is this? What's going to happen moving forward? And as people know, Phil and I had some trial and error of what we were going to establish as what this podcast was going to be. Yeah. And we finally got it together. So shout out to Sean Ross Sapp for the whole time. You were just like, whatever you guys want to do, you got it. Glad to still have you here type vibes.
Yeah, like I always looked at you guys and I knew you had good intuitions. You're great hosts. So I was like, clearly something's working there. So just they do what they do, and I'm happy to have them.
Yeah, man. You let us go through our weird, like, raw guest show host phase. We did that and didn't invite you on a single episode, and you still were like, nope, it's cool.
We had a laptop on before you, like. But you're here, and we're happy to have you.
It could be worse. You could be on Wrestling Inc. right now.
Listen, Sean, we're moving forward.
I wasn't mad. I would have supported you all no matter what. You all know that.
Yeah, definitely.
I just would have immediately
a little sauce in there.
I would have immediately put our developmental shows against you guys.
You would have found another black podcast to go against us, Sean. That's crazy. Wait, he's out.
I'm back. Can't kill me.
Nah, that's what he would have done. We would have went over there, and immediately he would have had Alfred and Issa in our spot. They would have been on a Saturday.
Come on.
That is insane.
They would have been a Saturday.
He would have saw that French cheese that WWE sent me, and he'd be like, "I will take that."
It's a wild way to start the show, you guys. I thought we were
going to talk about wrestling or what?
Super chat.
Karrion Kross. Anybody's here? There's people watching this.
Super chats. We got super chats or not?
Let's go.
I love it here. Of course, you can support your boys. Super chats, humper chats, get them read right here on the air. We always appreciate everybody supporting. This 2 years has been insane. Like I was saying on Ask Grapsody, I calculated up all the hours that we've talked, and I can't believe you guys have listened to us talk for so long. Like I'm like, where, how did this happen? That they're like, hey, we like these two dreadhead dudes, and we really want to hear what they got to say about hip hop and basketball, and more specifically wrestling. And we hassle them in their DMs and on all the pages that they have because we really want to hear what they have to say. So shout out to y'all.
Well, I mean, I've got a good idea of how they listen to you so long. It's because every episode lasts as long as WrestleMania 33. So that's just probably a good way to get those numbers up.
I wish that was a lie.
I've seen people already like, yeah, Sean's gonna do a 6-hour episode with you guys, right? No.
I can't do it. Can't do it.
Absolutely not. So yeah, let's get into a couple of these super chats and we'll move forward. The homie Grapple Geekery said, if Denise had to solve the trolley problem with Grapsody and SRS on one track and Taylor Swift on the other, what are the chances of survival? I said it on Wednesday, Grapple Geekery, and it remains the same. We're dead. Like there's no competition. You'll never see us again. And Taylor and her are gonna ride off into the sunset.
No, Taylor's going to ride off on her own, say thanks, and never talk to Denise again. And Denise will still be happy with the decision.
Totally, 100%. I was like, Denise, we're your friends. You know us. You personally talk to us. And she was like, don't care. And I was like, okay, that's all right.
Yep. Not even going to ask.
Yeah. Shout out
and then Alfred and Issa get the call up as well.
See, that is, I don't know why you guys brought this into the universe. Y'all are nasty. Shout out to Grapple Geekery. The homie Bergov says, happy Grapsody. Congrats on 200 episodes. I can't believe it. Again, like even saying it out loud sounds crazy.
Appreciate
I
you.
believe it. I always believed it. I always believed in you.
All right. Appreciate you, Bergov. The homie Van Twinblaze says, God forbid God, Forbidden Door is going to be amazing. Also, everyone that compares WWE ticket numbers at O2 to AEW is an effing nerd. We're here for the groups, not numbers. Also, SRS, you coming up for Wrestle Dream? Question mark.
No, I like girls. Sorry.
What is?
I like pretty girls.
I don't want to drive to St. Louis. No thanks. St. Louis is one of those cities where it's too close to fly and too far to drive for me. So I'm going to sit at home. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch the 7-hour show from the comfort of my office and then do a post show.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the Forbidden Door build? Maybe, Sean, like, because a lot of people are on it doesn't feel like a Forbidden Door. This week we got some great additions to the card to make it feel a little bit more Forbidden Door, but it took us a while to get here.
They have, like, to use a pun, they have taken the hinges off of the Forbidden Door. It doesn't exist anymore. That literally one of the biggest names they could add is Takeshita, who is an AEW talent who hopefully wins the G1. And then they'll say, well, that's a New Japan guy.
Yeah.
Like to help justify this. I think that one, either they need to scrap it, two, make it something else, or just not do it anywhere in the vicinity of G1, obviously, because it's really affected things. The card's good. Like, the card's going to be really, really good, but this is not a Forbidden Door card.
Yeah.
I mean, barely.
Do you think that the concept just doesn't work anymore just because, like, we see so many cross-promotional shows now?
Yeah, I think that is a big part of it. Obviously, if, like, MJF and Mystico were on that, I get it, but that's AEW being like, here you go to one of their actual partners. Here's a major match that you're going to do. But also, I mean, AEW's got to maintain this relationship because, I mean, they're just picking off New Japan left and right because they're offering honest to God money, like really, really good money for this talent. But now that there's dual contracts, which is something I thought that ROH and New Japan would have done in like 2018 had AEW not come along.
Yeah.
Right.
I just don't think that it hits the same way. It doesn't quite do the same thing. And I would be okay with them just continuing to do the January 5th thing that they did earlier this year. Like, I would be fine with that. Do that in Japan and give them something big.
Yeah. I think they should at least just move it around. Like, maybe not have it at this date. But yeah, we got some new developments. We got the Fatal 4-Way for the TBS title that they've now added Persephone to it. We've got the Zack Sabre match that's been announced. They're going to have a 4-way to decide who's going to be his opponent. I think we're all crossing our fingers and hoping it's Nigel, because if it's not, why are we doing this?
It's going to be.
It makes a ton of sense to do it there.
Yeah. Is there anything else I'm missing that was added this week?
Takahashi. I was like, I know
that's right.
Hiromu.
Yeah, Hiromu's going to be challenging for the CNT title. Yeah, that's a big match as well. And that was one of those weird ones for me because I kept thinking, all right, well, the junior heavyweights aren't in the G1. Why aren't you using any of them as a part of this build? Like, what's going on?
And yeah, I'm glad that they added that one because that's a really solid match. And also, sort of like the casual New Japan viewer that watches AEW knows who Hiromu Takahashi is as well. So you can roll with that and they're gonna know. I keep forgetting this show's gonna be on at like 1 PM in the States. Like, I'm so excited about that. But they've done better in the last couple of weeks, but you can tell that they're like, how can we get Tanahashi on this show and just not make it a complete shit show? And they're like, let's do a big ass stage match. Let's go ahead. Oh, by the way, then they're like, oh, by the way, here's 2 guys that haven't been on our show in like a month or 2. And Kota Ibushi is like, huh? What? I'm doing what? And Gabe Kidd, who's been out, is just on the graphic. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right, then. They broke like 6 stories with the graphic.
Yeah, a bunch of guys that are supposed to be injured are just appeared.
I was going to say this is going to be the most Bengay smelling cage match you've ever seen. Everybody's going to need to be rubbed down before and after. I'm nervous for their well-being. And like that point that I saw earlier this week, this isn't like Blood and Guts where there's two cages and two rings and a big cage. This is one ring. 10 guys in a cage, like spacing. How is this going to work? Lights out.
You know how it's going to work. Tanahashi's going to do a high fly flow onto a group of people. And then I'm going to report on Wednesday that 7 people aren't cleared for Dynamite. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Dude, cage matches. After every cage match I think AEW's ever had, there's been like, those people are out for the next blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I understand like the idea of doing it because you don't bump as much in a cage match. And when you do, it's like some smoke and mirrors type of stuff.
Right.
And you've got like 5 people in this. Like Omega was taking time off. Ibushi's always taking time off. Kid's supposed to be hurt. Osprey's hurt. Tanahashi's hurt. And I'm like, well, I mean, Tanahashi just living is hurt. But I'm just like, I see why they're doing it. I understand. I just hope that everybody ends up okay.
Yeah, it should be a good match. When I saw the match graphic, I was like, oh, this is nuts. But
yeah,
could be fun. With like the amount of talent in it, should be a lot of fun. Gabe Kidd immediately got caught in some crossfire this week. Immediately, some shots got thrown his way. Shingo Takagi was like, wait a minute. What's he doing over there? I thought he was injured. He couldn't come to Korakuen Hall and help us promote some shows and sell some tickets. He couldn't come over here and defend his title. What's he doing?
I wasn't mad at Shingo for doing it.
I can only imagine what Gabe's initial response to Shingo saying that was, because I'm sure it was lovely.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get that at some point. I'm sure we'll get some responses to Takeshita making it this far in the G1 as well. But yeah, Shingo saying all that, and then Desperado on Twitter co-signing it. Very funny stuff.
And a lot of New Japan fans were co-signing it too. The perception of Gabe Kidd the beginning of this year and where he is now with the New Japan fans is so different.
Yeah,
messy.
At least the online ones. I feel like the in crowd, the ones that are there at the shows don't feel the same. The homie Meet Normus, a couple more super chats before we move forward. The homie Meet Normus says
he babyfaced himself so well with that build.
Right. The homie Meet Normus says, congrats on 200, fellas. SRS being here is more forbidden door than the AEW show. Somebody wake up Bill Birmingham and make this a 4-pack.
It's the real forbidden door. I don't know.
Still there, Sean?
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
I'm popping in and out, but I think I'm back.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that, Meet Normus. The homie Vin Forte says, congrats, guys, on 200. Thanks for letting me be a tiny part of a few of them. Hope to be back on soon, especially with your 6-hour episodes. You guys truly are the G1 of podcasts. G for Grapsody.
G for Grapsody is hilarious. Yeah, I laughed very hard this morning because I listened to the Chance album again, which is great. And
great album.
It has the quote from that IG that sent in that we're both laughing at it like 2 in the morning. It's on the album.
Great album. Shout out to Chance for putting out an amazing body of work. I'm very, very happy about that.
Yeah, man. He took a lot of slander for about 6 years now off of one bad album. Go figure. This guy comes out with 3 albums that people really like, and then he came out with 1 album that people hated, and then people were like, nope, he's cooked. It's over for him. His career is completely over. And so I was like, I don't like that album either, but he's got a lot of other music I like. And so I've been waiting to see how he could rebound from this, and turns out pretty good. When the album started, he does intros very good, if nothing else. The intro on this album is fire.
I was ready to jump through a window or a door or something after the intro.
Yeah, and I mean, I just think the message of the intro and the album in general of like, yeah, sometimes you're going to stumble in life. Sometimes, maybe your marriage isn't going to work out. Maybe you'll drop an album that people really don't like. Maybe you'll get like some viral moments that don't look great, but everybody can rebound from that. And I think that's just such a wonderful message just for that album. And it fits with where he is in life.
Yep. Did you hear it, SRS? You want in on this hip hop talk?
I mean, sure. I mean, listen, I got Phil Lindsey's last call reference earlier, at least. I understood that one. There we go.
There you go.
Oh man, Marcos, we don't talk about hot showers. That song is
no. We just let that one. It's gone now. It's erased from history. Let chance live. Appreciate that, man.
No. We only acknowledge the albums with his face on the cover with the paintings. Exactly. No, we don't acknowledge any of those other albums.
Yep. Appreciate that, man. The homie Mod Revolve says, "Happy episode 200, Grapsody. The best. Appreciate that, Mod Revolve, for being here with us. Anwar Starwind says, "Grapsody fam, we lived long enough to see Tanahashi, one of the most beloved wrestlers ever, get packed up on the timeline today over his guy Evil."
Rightfully so.
The Tanahashi getting packed up for some campaign promises is hilarious.
I woke up like at 5 a.m. or something and like looked into my phone and I saw Evil and I immediately put my phone down and went right back to sleep. I don't know what's happening here. We're definitely going to get into it.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk about this G1 soon enough.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate that, Anwar. Van Twin Blade also says, "How many hours of yapping we got, Reg?" Like over 1,000 hours, honestly.
Whew.
Yeah, over 1,000 hours of Phil and
that was
I
just in June.
That was just in
June. Yeah. Louisville Letters is one of the best songs on the album, man. Great song.
Mm-hmm. Great album. Appreciate that, Van Twin Blade. Coy Stalling says, odds. Kingston comes back at Forbidden Door. We'll let you take this one, SRS.
There is no chance that Kofi Kingston will be on Forbidden Door. I think there's. Listen, I don't want this to be aggregated. I think it would be a nice surprise to have Eddie Kingston pop up. I think that audience would really, really love him. I think he's trying to throw some people off the scent. But I mean, man, I felt like people were setting a lot of unrealistic expectations for him returning, because he didn't just break his leg. He tore all of the muscles in his knee, had to let his leg heal, then let his knee heal after surgery, then do rehab on all that. So I think this will be a good gauge of, is he going to work people in the future, or is he just going to be very brutally honest with his fans and let them know how he's doing?
I don't want to be worked anymore, Sean, as a wrestling fan.
I'm
tired of being worked, man. Quit working us, dude. Just tell us what the goddamn story is. Every day I open my phone, they're like, "We're working you guys." I'm like, do we have to be worked at every corner at this point?
And why are you telling us that you're working?
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Don't gotcha me.
Tired of these wrestlers.
Seriously, man. Leave us alone. Yeah, there were a lot. I was at the show where Eddie Kingston got hurt, and that bump was brutal. And hearing his injury, there were people after 6 months being like, "Eddie Kingston's coming back," and I'm like, "He's not coming back."
No way.
No.
And then 9 months, a year. I'm like, yo, it was a super bad injury. It's not like let me get physical therapy for a couple months and come back. This is hard.
Yeah. It looked horrible. I can imagine it looked bad in person. It looked horrible watching it on TV.
Scary, man. Appreciate that, Coy. Tony P says, "If I was here earlier and knew Sean was going to be on dropping bombs, I would have gave him Petty of the Week. Happy 200, my guys."
I would gladly accept that.
I'm sure you would. Sure you would.
Sean came with just a little bit of heat, but it's all good.
Listen, it was just unrevealed information. That's what I do.
That is what you do, man. Damn, we don't do that on this podcast, Sean. We don't do scoop. Coolful 1980 says, "Who do you have winning tonight, DDP or Chimaev?"
It's Chimaev, but I have Chimaev. I do have Chimaev. He's very good. I mean, so is DDP, but I got Chimaev winning this one.
I used to be the giganticest UFC fan, and I don't anymore, so that's why.
My wife is like trying to quietly close the car doors as we pulled up. I'm like, it's okay. You're allowed to shut the door. How about this one? We just drove an hour and a half to her sister's house for this birthday party, right? Never had been here before. We realized she lives 2 houses away from my dad.
Oh my God.
I'm like, what the? I'm like, okay, cool. I want to call again. I'm like this now.
So funny. Oh man. Okay, we got 2 more super chats that we can move forward. Bianca Leia says, "Before the homies pick up for the beach trip, just wanted to say congrats on 200. May you have many more. And has Forbidden Door shaped up better with the matches?" Yes, it has.
Yeah. I think the card already looked good. I think people just had their complaints about the addition of New Japan wrestlers. I think some of the stuff this week helped. Hopefully we get some more announcements. I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to be the Stardom wrestler in the TBS title match. So,
yeah, it's come together so much better in the last week and a half.
Yeah,
I do hate how we've gotten it. It's a wrestling fan thing at this point, where at the beginning we were all, this isn't that great. The build hasn't been that great. And then it starts to get good. And they're like, see, we told you, why didn't you have patience? It was always going to be good. It's like, no, that's not what the game was. We weren't long conned. It started out not that great and it shaped up.
Yeah. People doing their victory laps. Like, see, I told you to wait. And it's like, all right, guys. All right.
Wrestling fans are so impatient. It's like, no, we've been conned enough times into waiting that we realize if we don't bitch and whine preemptively, that we can't say, well, look, we told you so. Exactly. We told you so them first. Damn it.
Right. Yeah, look, we waited out this Cena heel turn for a good 4 months, and look how that ended.
I feel so bad for John Cena this year, just getting messed with by everybody. Like, The Rock shows up and is like, yeah, let's do this big heel turn thing. You want to do that? Travis Scott, like, hey, let me spend 6.5 minutes walking to the ring during your match. Both of them leave, and then they're like, hey, how about you cut a promo where you just say that the whole angle sucked and they left. Oh, by the way, we're going to bring Brock back and blame it on you. That poor guy.
Yeah, and the whole time he's been like, look, nope, not this one. I'm not taking the blame for this one. Like,
yeah. I love him coming out this week and being like, I don't pick my opponent, you guys. I have never, and I would never.
This man held off on filming several movies that will be rated 30% on Rotten Tomatoes to be here for us.
Yeah, man. Look, he the one plus he said this week is the wrestling stuff distracted everybody, so nobody knew he was going to have a cameo in a pretty big movie this year, and that was pretty cool for him.
Yeah. Although I just want to say I watched that movie and I thought it sucked.
Oh no, I loved it. I'm sorry.
I didn't enjoy it. I found it very boring.
Wow.
But I no more spoilers.
Beef, and Sean's really coming with the beef today. Wow,
man.
That's crazy.
Well, hey, Peacemaker's coming back next week, right?
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm gonna go watch Ninja Turtles in the theaters tomorrow, the original.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. Are you gonna go see Weapons?
Oh, I already did, and then they cut it off 5 minutes before the movie ended.
Huh?
And told us to get. Oh, they started the showing late. It was last Thursday. I was ready to fight somebody, guys. It was bad. Every negative thing you've heard about me on the internet became true in that moment. They were 25 minutes late to start our showing because the last showing was late, and this is like early evening, mid-afternoon showing on a Friday. We get started. Not only they make us sit through the trailers, but the local commercials as well.
Oh God.
Then it cuts off, like as the ending is happening, and we're like, "What's going on here? Like, go get somebody. Let's fix this. It's easy. It's digital." They come in and they're like, "Hey, we can't do that. We got to get the next people in here because those are the prime time." Oh yeah, because that was the prime time showing.
You gotta give me some free tickets or something, bro.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. They're like, here, we're gonna give you all a readmit ticket. Come back and watch it again. And I was like, you're asking me to find 2 hours in my day, maybe 2 hours, because this took 3. Why am I supposed to have confidence that this won't end up like an airport where every showing forever is just delayed as a result of this? Like, I don't believe you guys. I was so mad. All they had to do was simply not show us the trailers, and we would have been on time.
Man, I'm sure you got into your bring me your manager mode.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Well, I grew up with the PR guy of the theater. Like, I felt really bad because I was like, listen, I got to bury a theater. It sucks. But
like Sean doing his due diligence before he releases a story. He's like, look, I gotta do this.
And that guy was way more helpful than the director of like operations for the actual place was, because that's the guy that kicked us all out of the theater.
Wow.
It was pretty nuts.
Crazy.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Then I went and watched Freakier Friday on Sunday.
You just stay
Jamie Lee Curtis. Listen, Jamie Lee Curtis, probiotic yogurt eating queen, taking those regular shits because of that activity.
I might go see it just for Jamie Lee.
She's great.
Sean, wild character. And then Leonard Ernst III said, if you told me a month ago that the G1 would come down to Takeshita and Evil, I'd laugh. It's wild as fuck. That Evil might win the first G1 post Okada Naito. 200 episodes. Here's to many more.
Yeah. Yeah. Being up this morning, and I have been a defender of this company for this entire year, and I've been like, nope, New Japan's they're not dead. It's great. The G1 has been great. This was the first time I was like, come the fuck on. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is this? Like, and as it was happening, I was looking at my feed and watching certain people get upset about it, of course, and then watching the people that were like, oh, it's a defense. I think he's really hurt. And it's like, guys.
It's not been a well-run company in the last few years. They're not paying anybody big money to keep them. They're just hoping that they eventually sign with AEW so they can hopefully continue to use them in some capacity. They've been like, they do those. First off, I don't know why in the hell they do those January to January deals where everybody knows when your contracts are going to be up and everybody's up every year, because that just gives everybody the year to get over and evaluate. There were a whole bunch of people that weren't even under contract till like May or June, and they had to have retroactive contracts set. Like, it's certainly not the type of company. I mean, I honestly thought after 2016 they'd be like, maybe we should change the way that we do business a little bit. That way we don't lose half our roster. And they've been very good since then about developing new talent, but it feels like it's starting to run out a little bit now.
Yeah. And like I said, I've been enjoying the tournament up to this point. I thought the playoffs were very good up until that match. Let's see. Last time we were here, that was August 9th. So the day after we got night 15, I thought Finley versus Yuya Uemura was great. It felt like an actual tournament match with stakes. Like, both of those guys were playing for a spot in the playoffs. David Finley's been wrestling like a madman. He's been on an incredible run since he started the tournament slow, but as he's been calling it, the greatest comeback of the century. He's been on a great tear, had a great match with Yuya Uemura, but Yuya won, which was also a very odd booking choice to have a guy, especially when you're making this the tournament of we're building up the young guys. And so to not put Yuya in the playoffs after he's been this great has been like, but why? And I mean, look, I get it. Finley, the story of Finley making it to the playoffs is compelling, but also Yuya's been so good. You couldn't shift this around and find a spot for him in the playoffs. And then I looked at the playoffs and I was like, but Evil's in the playoffs.
You know now why.
Yeah, we do know why. And speaking of Evil, the semi-main event before David Finlay versus Yuya Uemura, Hiroshi Tanahashi getting ready to wrap up his last G1 run ever. Historically, 101 wins in the G1, more than any other wrestler. You put him in there with Evil, and I'm thinking, all right, he beat Evil at the Dome earlier this year. So this is just going to be him getting more comeuppance on him. Nope, Evil just wins. Evil wins Tanahashi's last G1 match. That's how you end. That's how you end Tanahashi's last G1 run. It's a straight up loss to Evil. And the whole hook of the match was Evil made it seem like he wasn't going to use shenanigans. He wasn't going to cheat. Of course, he just cheated anyway. It was just like, why did we do any of that? What was the point of that? And Tanahashi's had such a fun run in this G1. That was such a silly way to end it. It'd been one thing if, all right, we all knew he's going to cheat anyway. That's going to get heat on Evil. But it didn't get heat on him. It just felt like, all right, we knew this was going to come. It sucked all the energy out of the crowd. It just, why did we do this?
That House of Torture stuff.
Yeah, which we will inevitably get to more House of Torture stuff.
Everybody's saying this is why Evil's out here. They're like, they're so popular in Japan. I'm like, all right, I hear you.
Yeah, night 16, we got a lot of the blow off for some of the big storylines coming into the tournament. Shingo Takagi got his rematch against Drilla Maloney. Very good match. Drilla Maloney has been one of my favorite guys to watch in this tournament. Out of all the young guys in this tournament, I think he came out of this looking the best. Even though him and Oleg and Oyawa did not make it to the playoffs, all three of those guys, I think, came off looking really good. Shingo picked up the win. Zack Sabre had his match with Yoshihashi. Hopefully, most people have seen the Goto match at Tanahashi Jam. It is on New Japan World now. Very odd choice to have a title change on a show that was not on your streaming platform initially, but here we are. Yeah. The story coming out of this, of course, is Goto is out with a shoulder injury. And Zack Sabre has been kind of gloating about it. Like, yep, I beat him, put him away. And throughout the entire G1, he's been getting more and more mean because he's been saying, like, nope, I was too nice during that first title run. None of this time. I'm just going to beat people, call them dickheads on the way out. It's been great. So Yoshihashi came in.
Goto also might be filming Street Fighter soon.
Yeah, he is,
right.
Might.
He is playing a sumo in that match, which is an interesting choice because it doesn't really look like a sumo.
No.
But we'll see. But yeah, Yoshihashi coming into this match, his whole point here was to avenge Goto, and he came in and put on an incredible match. Yoshihashi has been fantastic throughout this tournament. Part of the reason he's been so fantastic is my guy, my tag team partner and Bishamon, he's not here, so I'm going to put on for him, and I'm going to avenge his loss to Zack Sabre Jr. Zack Sabre Jr. multiple times in this match did very funny heel things, including at the end of the match, he's got him wrapped up in a submission, and he stretches his arm out just enough to make him think, oh, look, the rope's right there. He puts his hand close enough to the rope, then rolls him into the middle of the ring, wraps up both of his arms, forces him to tap out. I felt bad that I laughed as hard as I did at Yoshihashi because he tried his best. He really did. And it was a great match, great storytelling of him trying to build up fighting spirit to win this match. But God, did I laugh at that.
Yeah, the way that Zack Sabre has been acting as world champion this time fits what I thought the first run was going to be like. Oh, they're letting him be 100% him and lead this tournament and company.
Yes. Last match of the blocks, of course, Zack Sabre, after he picked up the win over Yoshihashi, guaranteed a win, guaranteed the spot in the playoffs, leading all competitors with 14 points, I believe. Yeah, 14 points. Ended the night with Takeshita versus Ren Narita. Takeshita is playing for a spot in the playoffs. He needs to win this match to make the playoffs. And of course, He had to sit through more Ren Narita, House of Torture shenanigans. That was the whole build of this match. Of course, Takeshita picks up the win, makes it into the playoffs. Ren Narita is out. Playoffs are set. And initially, I was like, oh, okay, cool. This looks like what I expected. As you know, I've been picking Takeshita to win this tournament from the beginning. So I was like, okay, this is kind of going the way I expected. Konosuke Takeshita took on David Finlay in the quarterfinals. Excellent match, I think, so far. One of the better matches of this G1. Like I said, David Finlay has been on an incredible run. He was using a bunch of his power moves to throw Takeshita around, beat up on him, get a lot of heel heat. The atmosphere for this crowd was great because the dueling chants back and forth, like the oohs and ahs were amazing. Takeshita ended up picking up the win to move on, of course. David Finlay is officially out of the G1. Then we got Yota Tsuji versus Shota Umino in the main event. I wasn't sure what to make of this because I was like, I wouldn't put it past this company to just push Shota forward. Just with the run he's been on in the G1, which he's been pretty good. I'll give it to him. He's wrestled very well.
He's improved a lot.
The booking has been odd. But he's wrestled very well. So I wasn't sure what to make of this because I was like, on one hand, it feels like it's Tsuji's time. But on the other hand, I could see them pushing Shota forward. This was a very good match, I thought. Like Tsuji was chopping this guy very, very hard, beating down on him most of the match. And at one point, it looked like Shota was just going to come back and win because he had been avoiding the Gene Blaster for the entire match. But once Tsuji finally hit it, I was like, yep, that's it. Gene Blaster, 1, 2, 3. Shota Umino is officially out of the G1. Yota Tsuji is moving on to the semifinals for a showdown with Evil. Now, coming out of this match, with the reaction he got from that crowd, I was like, oh, it's Tsuji's time. I might have been wrong. If you did not see, I was on Busted Open with Denise, and I changed my prediction. I was that convinced. I changed my prediction. I was like, I think Tsuji is going to win this tournament. It feels like it's his time. I might have jinxed him, guys.
You did. I listened to you and Denise, and you totally did.
I think I jinxed him because semifinals this morning, Evil took on Yota Tsuji, and Tsuji lost this match. We got more House of Torture shenanigans. The finish to this match was very strange. It looked like Tsuji was trying to set up Evil for a matchup, move off the top rope, and then Fale comes in, hits him with the big Doc fall. He hits, and he was out cold after that. And so then Evil locks into submission. Referee just calls it off, doesn't wait to see if he's going to tap out. Referee stoppage. Evil is heading to the finals. Now, I've seen people say it looks like Tsuji is legitimately concussed. I hope that that's not the case. I hope that he's fine. I don't buy that. But based on the way this looked like let's protect Tsuji on the way out. Let's give him out for the way he lost and move Evil forward. Because, like I said, I could see this being Takeshita versus Tsuji in the finals. But the problem with that is a lot of people feel like it's Tsuji's time. And that crowd is going to be split if you put him in the finals with Takeshita. A lot of the Japanese crowd is not going to want Takeshita to win. But if you put Evil out there, who is one of the biggest heels in the company, more people are going to be fine with Takeshita winning. And I think that's what this is. I don't think that Tsuji's actually hurt. I think Takeshita is going to win this tournament. And I think the best route for them in their mind to get us there is to put him against a heel that most people are going to boo.
That is some WWE 2010s ass booking.
It is.
They don't like Roman. Who do they hate more than Roman? Who can we put out there?
It is. It's such a. I mean, the finish of it was bizarre because, like I said, they're trying to do this. Oh well, he was out cold, and so we had to do this referee stoppage thing, and it's like, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it was an actual concussion. I think that this was all a work as a part of the match. Evil being in the finals when just 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago, you just started hyping us on a new generation of Three Musketeers, Ren Narita, Shota Umino, Yoda Tsuji. None of those guys are going to the finals, but you're putting Evil in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why are we doing it?
And before I got to hop off here, do you all remember who Yoda was supposed to face at Forbidden Door last year? Do you remember who was originally pitched for him?
I don't.
Swerve.
That's right. That's right.
Would have been a huge match for him, but I mean, obviously, it didn't end up happening for obvious reasons. But like, it's very clear he's like going to be one of those guys, and also he'll be a guy that AEW fans love to watch too whenever they do these crossover things. But
definitely,
I don't think they had to go the mid 2000 or mid 2010s WWE route of this. But I want to thank you, gentlemen, for having me on. I want to thank you guys for the work that you do at Fightful and for 200 episodes. And for every episode the last 6 months lasting as long as 200 episodes would normally. Guys, their episodes last so long that Red Circle won't let us upload them direct. They're like, no, this file's too big. You got to take it into an external app and compress the audio. Seriously, I appreciate you guys. I'm very fortunate to get to work with you guys. And hopefully at least 200 more, my friends.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Sean.
Take care, guys.
Brother. Have a good one.
Yeah. Just Sean Ross Sapp stirring up some stuff as always.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So yeah, you guys, you hear what Sean Ross Sapp said when you guys are calling for 5 and 6 hour episodes. It can't even upload the damn episodes.
Yeah. But yeah, the whole Evil thing very much sucked the energy out of the crowd. Because I mean, when he won, and this is part of why I just can tell this is probably leading to Takeshita winning. Mm-hmm. The crowd was dead silent. Like, you heard nothing. Like, it wasn't even like they were booing. It was almost like people were like, what just happened? Mm-hmm. Because the finish, it was so bizarre. Like, why? And I mean, again, I think it's to protect Tsuji on the way out, but I hate it. I hated it. I hated this finish. I hated the Evils going to the finals because, like I said, based on the reaction last week in that audience online, it felt like, all right, this is Tsuji's time. We've been waiting for him to get this big win. This is it. Like, I had always been picking Takeshita, but I could see it last week. I'm like, Tsuji's giving the win. And we're not giving Tsuji the win. Like I said, Yuya was not in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you brought up the best point of the best case scenario, I guess, point out of this of the finals. You want, if Tsuji was in there, like you're saying, the crowd wants Tsuji. So they're going to be going in there no matter how the run Takeshita's on or what he's doing. Tsuji's going to be their guy. So they're going to be cheering for him to win. But I'm like, damn, you could have put Ren Narita at least in there in the same place, or like something could have happened to make this not be Evil. But do you subscribe to the, well, people are talking about it, it got heat kind of thing that I've seen some people come out of this with?
No, because I don't think it's a good buzz. I think this is more like when people laugh at TNA and do their LOL TNA tweets, this is what that felt like. This felt like more New Japan bad tweets. And
they did it again. Here goes Gato type shit.
Yeah. And it was so frustrating because, like I said, I've been defending this company all year. And I was just sitting there like, I can't defend this decision. Why would you do this? And if Evil wins this tournament, I might just throw everything out the window. I just can't. Why on earth? Why would you do this? Evil winning this tournament could easily be the worst booking decision of the year.
And like John Cena went heel and it was bad, and this might be worse than that.
This was, but with that said, Konosuke Takeshita versus Zack Sabre in the main event was a very good match. Of course, it's a rematch from their match in the blocks. Zack Sabre picked up a big win over Takeshita in that match, and talked a lot of shit to him on the way out. And I felt like, man,
a lot of this is your guy. This the guy you guys are talking about.
This the guy. I'm the champion here. Like y'all still talking about this guy. I am the champion. And so, yeah, he comes into this match, and it's more of that. He's taking everything that Takeshita could dish out. He's wrapping him up, hitting him, and putting him with the submissions, and he's jawing at him the whole time. At one point, he gets up, and he's just like, "Where you at? Like you remember this? Like it's great the entire time." And so, one of my favorite bits in this match is Zack hits him with the Zack driver, and I thought like, all right, he's gonna kick out of this. And so the second his shoulder comes up, like he goes to reach his arm up, and Zack knows it's coming. As soon as his arm comes off the mat, he immediately wraps him up, puts him in an arm bar immediately. I'm like, bro, this guy, so good. And there's so many spots like that throughout this match where Zack is already thinking ahead of him, already getting ready with a submission before he can react. The finish of this match was absolutely disgusting. Takeshita had been working Zack's neck for most of this match. He's been favoring that neck throughout the entire tournament. So all of his opponents that noticed it have been targeting his neck. At several points in this match, Takeshita targets the neck. He gets him up on the top rope, and he hits that raging fire. He hits, which is a spinning brain buster. He hit him with an avalanche raging fire. It looked nasty. Absolutely disgusting. The way that Zack crunched onto the ground and the way his body went limp afterward, I was like, oh my God. Like, and then he picked him up and hit him with another one. And that's how he won. Takeshita is heading to the finals to face Evil. I love that not only was this match great, action-packed, but he really put across that he had to basically kill Zack Sabre to pin him. It wasn't like he just beat him like with just a simple move. He had to basically make sure this guy could not get back up.
Well, that's kind of been the story that Zack Sabre was telling too, of like, this isn't going to be a cakewalk of this tournament. Like, you're legit going to have to take me out to win this. And that's exactly what Takeshita did. That top rope avalanche shit was nasty as hell. Your body having to spin in midair and take that bump, absolutely insane. But Takeshita, I love that's that one thing he needed. You know what I mean? Like, people are like, well, he needs that one like fire moment, that one like, this moment isn't gonna take over me. And I think that's what this was. Like, you came in this whole tournament, Phil, expecting this guy to be in the finals, and here he is.
Yeah, I predicted Takeshita to win. I'm still not sure how I feel about bringing an outsider guy in, having him win the entire tournament, especially with the story you've told throughout the tournament. Excuse me, of other New Japan wrestlers feeling like they have to defend this place from you, and they want to make a point to beat him because no, I'm here full time. You don't get to just come here a few times a year and get a dome match and take part in our biggest tournament of the year and then just go away. Right. And so I don't know how I feel about him going to the finals and just immediately getting the win, especially when you spent this entire tournament building up young guys, and none of those young guys are going to be in the finals. None of those guys even really made it into the playoffs like that, other than Shota. I don't know, man. It's a choice.
It's interesting just because the tournament has the story around the tournament tells us that you can't win it in this, what Takeshita is doing. Like, this is your first, like, you're in here in this in kind of an underdog position. Like, you gotta, like, the story tells that you go through the adversity and then you have the triumph afterward. This is just like, I come in and I'm wrecking your guys and I'm gonna win. And it's like an interesting strategy just because we don't usually see this. Like, this tournament, like you said, is usually built for like who's next up in this company, the Musketeers, those type of guys.
Yeah. And I thought overall Takeshita had a better run in last year's tournament. Some of his matches this year were good. Some of them were oddly paced, or like I didn't really understand why they had him in so many slow, middling matches. Sometimes that doesn't really match his style. But he's still been good. I think for my money, the best wrestler in this tournament this year was Zack Sabre Jr. coming into almost going back to back, almost making it to the finals, and going back to back as champion. I had to actually look this up because I was like, when's the last time somebody actually won the G1 as champion? I believe it was 2000.
Damn,
it's been a while. Of course, I think Goto was the first. I think not Goto. Muto won it as champion. But I don't think anybody has won it as champion since they switched it over to the stipulation with the briefcase and everything.
Damn, it's crazy. 25 years.
Which, I mean, Zack winning it back-to-back years, I'd have been here for that. But the other cool thing I think about this is they've been really nailing home, like I said, that Zack is like, nope, I was way too nice. I was doing the smiling face of the company, happy to be here, champion before. All of that's over with. Like, that isn't really me. And I've been just so much happy to see him getting more and more heelish. That's another reason why I think Takeshita is going to win, because I don't think you want to have that kind of development for him throughout this tournament and then put him against a heel eventually, either at the Dome or wherever the winner decides to cash in their briefcase. I think it makes more sense for Takeshita to win this and set up a third match for them at the Dome.
And they kind of told the story in the tournament of these guys. That could be what eventually is the match, is Takeshita and Zack Sabre Jr. And that's been good for Zack Sabre Jr. But there is a disgusting world where Evil wins this, right?
Somebody online said this, and I actually think it would be the funniest thing ever if Evil, following in Zack Sabre's footsteps, wins this tournament and then challenges before the Dome and wins the belt heading into the Dome. And the guy that challenges him is Hiroshi Tanahashi. That would be a very... You're talking about WWE booking. That would be very WWE booking. And I would think it would be very funny in a moment, but I just don't.
Tana retires with the belt.
That
would be so silly.
Please don't. Please don't.
Yeah, no, Takeshita's got to win this in a couple hours here at this point and really bring it home for the guys.
Yeah. The other part of this, of course, Takeshita has been a heel because, of course, he's a heel in AEW. So he's also a heel in New Japan. He's been a jerk to most of the guys he's been in there with, but they've been slowly inching him towards turning him face. And they've been doing it more and more in this tournament. I think the parallel of him and Zack has been great. While Zack is turning more and more heel, Takeshita has been turning more and more face. And I was saying online, they really started planting the seeds for this all the way back at Windy City Riot when Takeshita had the match with Tanahashi, and right afterwards he showed him respect afterwards. I felt like that was the hint that they were eventually going to turn him face. Right.
I mean, if you get that, and Tanahashi was giving him the endorsement even before that, so to kind of get that and have that moment, it feels like it. Even kind of in AEW, the way that there was flashes of babyface even over there too with some of the things he was doing. So it makes sense for them to go full on. And the fans have, in both companies, they love Takeshita, so it's going to work.
Yeah, I think with the tension between him and Okada, there's been a few little hints of them turning him face as well. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine with Takeshita turning. I just don't need to see an Evil match. And just like thinking about how much I've enjoyed the G1 and even the playoffs, because the other 3 playoffs matches were incredible.
Right.
And so just the idea of getting to the finals and it's going to be House of Torture shenanigans again. I just
do they have a House of Torture shenanigans shirt? Because they have to at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, not a fan. And I think it's even weirder that they made the decision because they've been pushing this whole idea throughout this tournament of Takeshita being this outsider and people being upset with that. And I would think if you're going to tell that story throughout the tournament, you should have somebody in the finals that's the guy I'm going to defend this company from you. I'm going to make sure that you don't get to take the briefcase and go back to US and be a part-timer. And so to set up Evil to be the guy that's defending the company when his whole bit is him being an irredeemable heel that is against everything this company is supposed to stand for, and the standard of like the quality of matches here, and like him mucking up the matches with all these shenanigans. He's gonna be the guy facing the finals. Right. I hate it.
Evil and the House of Torture don't care about like the legacy of New Japan and the sanctity of these main events. They'll bring out the whole crew. Like that's not who you want defending the thing. He's trying to destroy the company.
Yeah. So that in itself doesn't make sense. But yeah, everything about this, I don't really care for it. I like I said, even though I picked Takeshita to win just off of gut feeling coming into the tournament, I don't want it this way.
It's been so unfortunate because, like you said, there's been so many bright spots, and I think the guys that needed to get over in this got over in this. Like this tournament, like did what it needed to do, and to do this, and there's such a sour taste. And I got online earlier, and everybody was like, "Nope, we hate this. This sucks." Like nobody was like, "Yeah." Like it just didn't feel good, and that's not the vibes you want to get coming out of this tournament that means so much to the company.
Yeah, exactly. It just because, like I said, Drilla Maloney is one of those guys. I think he's come out of this looking great. Even Callum Newman, I think they've done a lot of development with him. I think this has been a good year for him overall. Oyo was another one. That match, Oyo versus Yuya, was probably one of the best matches of the tournament. That was such a great display of, you know, what the future of this company could eventually be.
Right.
And this is how we're ending the tournament with a guy that
fuck all that.
You're ending this tournament with Evil versus a guy that has 3 different contracts right now. That's not even really a full-time guy.
Yeah.
It's a very weird decision, but yeah.
And what does that say about the homegrown guys, the guys that we are talking about? And like, what if Takeshita wins the tournament and then wins the belt, and he has the belt somewhere else? And they had to deal with that with Moxley, and it's like, you need somebody to be the savior over there.
Yeah. I do think this is leading to Takeshita winning the tournament. I'm back and forth on what that means. I kind of think that this means that Zack is going to win at the Dome. I don't think that Takeshita is going to win the belt. Just with the story they're telling and just like where we're going with this, it kind of feels like Takeshita is going to lose.
And you think Takeshita is going to hold off to the Dome? He's not going to do the Zack Sabre thing, try to get it before?
Yeah, I think it makes more sense for him as a guy that is not there all year round to hold the briefcase and come back with it.
And he could go have it on AEW TV and kind of tease it and do all those things. It makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, as a build, I don't hate the idea of now you're already tied up because, you know, Zack beat him during the block stages, and then Takeshita got a win over him in the semifinals. So going into WrestleDome, you're not all knotted up, and so Zack can come in easily with bragging rights, like, "Nah, I beat you already, and I'm gonna beat you again."
Yep. And like, you haven't been here. Like there's a great story that Zack Sabre Jr. is going to tell on the way up. So
of course, of him being like, "Nope, this is where I've always been. This is always where I wanted to be. I passed up on wrestling in the US to be here. I'm not gonna let somebody come in here and just think they're gonna take everything I built away." Yeah, I think that story makes a lot of sense.
I swear when we talked about this last week, I did not think that we were going to come this week and be like, "Oh, Evil's in the finals." Like I did it. There was no way, Phil. I was like, they can't. They wouldn't. Yeah. They won't. And they did it.
Yeah. I just don't want to be in a world where Evil wins this tournament, man. I can't. I can't do it, man.
You might exist on that planet, Phil. I can't believe it. Like there's the thing. Like somebody could be sitting right now being like, who's going to be the winner? We don't know. What is this?
Yeah, G1 finals will take place tomorrow, August 17th. We will find out who is going to leave with that big trophy and the briefcase. God, I hope it's not Evil.
If they House of Torture shenanigans into an Evil win, that shit would be sick, dude.
God.
They're going to come for Gato. Like, they're going to be at his office pounding on the doors. Like, it's good. It's funny because like they're blaming Gato and Tanahashi, like somebody was saying earlier. Like, they're just placing the blame on them, and it's like, all right, I guess, man.
If you haven't seen it, people are taking Tanahashi's promises once he became president, and one of the things is he's going to cut down on like the interference and like all of this, and like this is where we're at going into G1. The main perpetrator of this is going to be in the finals, and just happens to be a guy that Tanahashi played a hand in training.
I mean, so I guess that makes sense as to why he would give him that last G1 win. You know what I mean?
I probably honestly may have hated that more than him making it to the finals. I was sitting there like, why would you do that? Like, that's Tanahashi's last G1 match. Yeah. Why would you do this? Just
yeah, that was anger. Like this today, I saw a lot of people just being like, "Oh, this sucks. This disappointment, maybe." The Tanahashi and Evil thing, people were like, nah, this is dumb. Like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah. Very odd decision. But yeah, most of the other storylines in this went the way they were supposed to. I think it's a shame that we didn't get Gabe. That's going to be a big what if coming out of this tournament. Mm-hmm. How would he have played out throughout this tournament? What storylines were they going to build for him? You got to think that the stuff with Gabe is going to come to a head as well. You got to assume coming out of G1, this guy's going to be furious. Not just that the guy that he's been gunning for all this time, I hate Takeshita anyway. Mm-hmm. Then this guy took me out. I missed the entire tournament because of him. And then he's going to get potentially the main event at Wrestle Kingdom.
Ooh. Some fuel there for Gabe Kidd. But then also he's going to have to deal with what Shingo's saying and the other people are saying about you not really representing at a time they needed you to represent. So it's going to be interesting to see how he comes back from this.
Yeah. Shingo, I assume, is going to be his next opponent.
Mm-hmm.
I was reminded again when I was watching some of the undercard stuff. I was like, oh, yeah, they did give Kosei Fujita this great run in the Best of Super Juniors. Mm-hmm. He wins the Best of Super Juniors. You think they're going to crown the young guy? Nope, he just loses to Desperado. I completely forgot that happened.
Just back to being regular.
Yeah, he just loses to Desperado. Forget all that stuff that came beforehand.
Damn, that was a sick run too in that tournament.
Yeah, the finals were incredible. One of the best matches this year, and we're just gonna keep the belt on Despy.
Booking, brother. I was just thinking, like, there's been so many parallels with Tanahashi and John Cena. They were like, this retirement tour has been going too well. Let's have a little black eye on it. Let's have Evil fuck him up real quick, just so it can't be all perfect, you know?
Yeah. Send us your super chats. That is the best way to get your chat read on the air. You can also send us Humper Chats at humperchats.com/Fightful.
Mm-hmm. We got a couple of more super chats, I think, before we get into some humpas. Leonard Aarons III also says, particularly nasty stuff by Stanford to try to sink Cena's acting career by pinning Brock being back on him, prompting Cena to hit that Uno reverse.
He sure did. Every time they asked him about it too, like I have never asked for mine. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Cena said, this is news to me. They don't even let me do that, essentially. Like, I just do whatever they want at this point. Triple H, you suck. Hilarious, great stuff. What Sean is bringing up has been ringing into my mind. John Cena, like, put his career on hold for this. Like, he doesn't have to do none of this. Like, not one bit. And around every corner, they're like, John Cena's really fucking up here, ain't he? And he's just like, dog, I'm here to help you guys.
Yeah. All of this, him being like, yep, I'm going to give you guys the whole year, all of these appearances. I'm willing to do whatever. Sure, turn heel. Sure, whatever. Sure, go to Saudi. Yeah, sure. Wrestle Punk again. Yeah, sure. They're like, yeah, Brock again. Sure. Then he's sitting in the locker room watching like, wait a minute, my idea. Wait a minute. Me? What?
Triple H just comes on. It was all John. Like, we hadn't even thought about Brock Lesnar before John Cena brought him up. And Cena's like, what did I do? Nasty work there, but I like Cena being like, nah, you know what time it is.
Did you see their segment from last night where they tried to do both things with R-Truth? He was still doing the goofy stuff, and then he tried to get serious towards the end. I was like, no. You already told us what time it is.
You already told us. You can't do this. They're trying to do that, let it play out shit. Like, no, it's not going to be that. It's going to be both. And it's like, nope. You already told us exactly what time it is. Seeing everybody that we want Kross shit, and I was like, they wanted truth, but they're not still chanting for truth out there. So like, what is this, Bill?
Can't handle the truth.
Can't at all.
You can't handle the truth.
So I just don't know, man. I don't know at this point. I hope it works out for the guy. I wonder how long Truth's little extension or whatever that he signed is for.
Yeah, he's still wearing the Ron Killing shirt. Everybody's still calling him R-Truth. Well, at least Aleister Black called him Mr. Killings towards the end of the segment. So
that's worth something.
Yeah.
They're gonna, I guess, man. As long as he's still on TV, sure.
Yeah, I saw a lot of that. Well, why are y'all even complaining? He's on TV. He's getting paid.
Mm-hmm. He's getting paid. Drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The homie Deontay Soignier says, "All love, guys. G1, TJPW, and Stardom got me sleepy."
Yeah, I believe they put the last few matches of the 5-Star Grand Prix on YouTube, so you can just watch it for free.
Oh, damn.
Yep.
Look at that. That's heat. Definitely check that out. Appreciate the Deontay. Ben Sniffner says, is WWE buying New Japan? What the fuck with the booking? Fuck Kim Davis.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kim Davis, if people don't know, is the woman from Kentucky that Sean was talking about earlier that was trying to stop people from getting marriage licenses. What a weirdo.
What's wrong with people? Appreciate that, Ben. That's all of our super chats for now.
Appreciate you guys. We've got some humpers. See, we got one from Tony P. He says the Cincy crowd gave it to Big Stoke bad. The icing on the cake was a lady telling Adam, no, most definitely not. So I am giving Petty of the Week to the fun Cincy crowd, though you can give your own winners now about Forbidden Door card. Just wow. The woman in the crowd was very funny. The fact she was wearing a wrestling wind down shirt made it even funny.
I didn't notice that. That's amazing. Yeah, that was the homie Cope was walking a fine line, Phil. When he picked up that mic, I was like, this could turn very quickly, brother. Careful out there with them hoes being thrown around.
Yeah. I don't know if you could do that.
I don't know if you could do that, but it looks like you could do that.
Yeah. More from Tony P. He says, I'm really shocked at how good and fast of a card is turning out to be without full New Japan resources. The workarounds have given us fun matches we want to see, and it is advancing stories. They also learn to execute those title contracts early. Yeah, I think for the most part, the matches are good. I wish we were getting the MJF Hangman match later. I would have liked to see Hangman wrestle someone from New Japan instead. My thought the whole time was David Finley's right there. David Finley versus Hangman could have been fire. Even if you didn't want to do that, you could have did something else. But I can't say that I'm mad at it because I think that Max versus Hangman has been one of the best feuds this year. I think that both of them needed a change of direction really bad at one point this year around February, and particularly Max, because if you guys remember, he was doing those segments with Jarrett. He was in the mix with Dustin Rhodes for some reason, and so
then he was doing the movie, and he started sending all those promos from the set.
Yeah,
it was weird.
Yeah, so I'm very glad that the feud with Hangman turned things around for him, and of course, the feud with Max was the thing that cemented Hangman's face turn early in the year as well. So both of them really needed to change of direction, and I think that it's really set the table for them to have a better year. Because I mean, what would this year have been if Hangman didn't turn face?
Ooh, things could have been completely different with a couple of different moving pieces. Yeah, I would prefer maybe a little bit longer of Max having that contract and kind of looming over it. But the thing that I'm not mad at it about is, like you're describing, they've been feuding for a while. Like they've been building and establishing and planting seeds on this feud for years at this point, and like kind of establishing who, like Max was writing this promo this week of like the biggest baby face, the main character is Hangman Adam Page, and like the biggest heel in this company 100% should be Max Jacob Friedman. So it makes sense that they immediately kind of put them together and have them in that. But yeah, that's, I guess, like having the AEW World Championship defended against someone from a different company would have really kind of add to the Forbidden Door lore. But I understand why they did what they did.
Yeah, definitely a choice to get it out soon. The fact that it's the big title match for this show kind of leads me to believe what the All Out main event is probably going to be. But yeah, I mean, yeah, so I can't complain too much. I did think the segment this week was good. I know some people are, not as receptive to the big Max long talking segments. But I thought it was good. I thought all of their back and forth this year have been good. This one wasn't as good as their one from February, but I did enjoy this one. I did enjoy Max doing a callback from their other one this year of saying, "No, I'm real." I also love him continuing to say, well, wait a minute. Why do people even love you anyway? Why are people acting like you're this big baby face? Nah, you're a bad guy. You burned somebody's house down. I've never done anything that bad to anyone. Why are people cheering for you?
I like Hangman playing he doesn't care about nothing Max be saying. He's like, you're not real. I'll beat your ass. If you want to keep talking shit, you can, but just do the match. And so when it started, I was like, damn, we're getting another one of these long MJF segments. Like if they don't have a super purpose to them, they could sometimes be a little too long and kind of flow. But I thought that they had a purpose, and him goading him into doing the match made me actually like the segment a lot. Like I'm like, okay, because when they kept hammering home, like, what are you even doing here? We don't have a match. Like, you don't even, what is the point of this? And so them having the point to it made me like the segment.
Yeah, I love that Hangman basically outsmarted him. Like, yeah, well, do the match then. You're saying all of this, then all right, get the match.
That's what I like about that, because Max is like I was saying maybe last week, like whatever Hangman says to him, it sticks to him hard. Like it goes right to his heart. Like he's the only wrestler in AEW feels that could get this fool to do anything. You know what I mean? Like if he pisses him off enough, he's gonna get Max emotional and into that point, and that's exactly what he did again.
Yeah, I love that he gets under his skin, and I love that a big part of it is his hatred for him, and he hates this idea of like, no, I'm the best homegrown star in this company. It's not you. Everybody keeps saying it's you. People are making you out to be the main character. I'm better than you. We're going to London. We're probably going to main event. Hey, guess who main evented last time we had a big show in London? Well, sorry, the first time we had a big show in London, that was me. I won that match. I walked out of London as champion, and I'm going to walk out of London again as champion.
Does he have any chance at all, MJF?
I don't think so.
I
don't see them ending Hangman's run this soon.
Nah, it is not even close to being the time. We talked about it a little bit about on Ask Grapsody, though. I just don't know who could be next after Max is my only. I mean, I guess they could just continue with Max. Like it doesn't have to be one and done.
I see that's what makes Takeshita in the G1 so interesting, because I do think it would be a nice callback, and I think it would be interesting after this run in the G1, if he does win, for him to come out after the match and just stand at the top of the ramp with the briefcase and walk away. Just for that idea that he also has an eye on the AEW World Championship as well. I think that could be a cool moment, but of course you're not going to give him the title match because you want to preserve him for the IWGP World title match.
Right. So that's kind of where you run into that issue, because it would make sense. I mean, you want to build more momentum for Takeshita coming off of this big tournament. And if he wins, you really could immediately slot him in. But then you don't want to make Takeshita look bad at all in any position for the next couple months leading into the Dome if he does win.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of guys that could be slotted in there, I think, pretty quickly.
Yeah, maybe Bobby. I don't know.
That could be what all this Hurt Syndicate shit was about, I guess. Like, that could be some kind of resolution as he comes after Max or tries to save him or some. I don't know what's going on, but Bobby is a built-in thing. Anytime online discourse happens around Hurt Syndicate or World Championships or anything, people are always like, well, Bobby Lashley, like he's that guy, and he hasn't really shown in the singles part what he could do. So I think that could be a thing. He got to go over the Hangman. Got to go over though.
That makes sense.
Hangman is really the main character though. Denise and I have started watching Dynamite back. We watched the first and second episodes of Dynamite, and off rip, like I didn't see it back then, is what I'm laughing at now. But off rip, you could tell this was the guy. Like from the first episode, it was like, oh, Hangman Adam Page, like this is all his.
Yeah, I hate that I brought it up now on Ask Grapsody, because I've now seen people ask now on Twitter, hey, what's Jericho doing? And I was like, God, he makes so much sense as Hangman's challenger, man.
I forgot you brought this up.
I hate that I talked it into fucking existence, and it makes a lot of sense. I hate, I don't want to see it though.
I hate how much sense it makes. Like when you brought it up, I was like, fuck, that makes. And again, watching the first episode, they essentially they were the first guys to feud over this championship, and like to run it back and all this would make sense, but I don't. But don't though.
I don't want it.
Don't maybe that's it.
I don't want it. We got some more Humper chats from Tony. He says a lot of people got Tony winning, but I can see Athena winning. Curious who they're getting from Stardom. Wonder after what happened this morning if we're getting House of Torture versus DCF. Though I have to say the steel cage match is one of the most intriguing matches. Yeah, like I said, when I saw that graphic, I was like, whoa, all right, that's a match that's happening.
You talk about dream teams.
Yeah,
fucking the babyface side is absolutely insane. You know what I mean? Like I can't believe, like Phil was saying, if you would have said this 10 years ago, 12 years ago, that these guys were going to team up in this brand new company, we'd be like, no, they're not. What are you even saying? That's stupid. It doesn't seem like that's a real team, but that's a real team.
Yeah. I think that's a cool development, but I do think Tony's going to win. I don't see Athena winning, especially with the match announcement for Death Before Dishonor. I don't see her winning. I don't see Athena winning, and I think the booking for that match is nonsensical.
I was gonna say also, like, can we talk about that for a second? What? Why? What? Huh?
Makes absolutely no sense. Mina is interim television champion. Why not just have her defend her belt? Instead, she's in a world title match with Athena for some reason. I don't get it. Why are we doing that? And I mean, if it's just because Red Velvet's not cleared yet, she's not ready, then again, just give Mina an opponent. Like I don't get it.
Yeah, I was confused when I saw the graphic. I was like, the match is going to be awesome because these two women are great, but like, what?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Because at the last big show we seen, we were there. Mina and Red Velvet fucking faced off. Like we thought that was going to be the thing, and so I thought that was going to be next. It's fine if it's not next, like Phil's saying. Get her a different opponent. Have her defend this interim championship that you gave to her. Why did you give her the interim championship if she isn't going to defend it?
Now you're setting her up as interim champion to potentially take a loss to Athena.
Why?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Because she should lose to Athena, right? Like, there's no way she's gonna win.
I don't think so.
It's a confusing ass booking, is all.
Very, very confusing booking. I don't get it at all. Tony also says the fact that the steel cage match has people excited, scared, and making jokes about Team Osprey, like "Please don't die, you're all broken," and the wrestlers leading into the jokes is fun to see. Gone is the worry. Now you see joy. As for WWE, Vinceism lives on. Yeah, I didn't watch all of WWE. To be honest with you, it's been kind of tough to just like sit down and watch it without thinking about some of the disgusting things simmering under the surface. Because our guy that's president continues to do really shitty things. And it's like this company supports this guy. It's
hard too, out loud, live. So yeah, it's pretty hard to just, like Phil said, sit down, tune in, and be like, yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah, but Tony says this week was bad creativity, like most it's been in weeks. They seem to be focusing on doing more counter programming than making a good show. But some people will soon figure out if they aren't diehards. This is before I get into the Kross stuff. Yeah, the stuff on Raw, it was so funny because I predicted the end of the show. I was like, yeah, Seth is backstage. They're trying to act like, oh, Seth's not here. Like, what? He's gone. I was like, Seth's backstage. He's gonna come. He's gonna interfere in the main event. He's gonna beat down on Punk and LA Knight. That's gonna set up the match for the pay-per-view. And that's exactly what happened.
Easy as cake. They set up the 4-way. We all kind of seen this stuff coming. We all kind of know where it's leading. So I don't know. Yeah. This is kind of the lull period for WWE. There's directly after SummerSlam. They're going to be overseas. They're establishing different things at this time,
Yeah, they're doing a Fatal 4-way, which I understand Punk being in there because he just cost Punk his title at SummerSlam. And then LA Knight has all the right to feel like, yeah, well, I beat you when you were trying to milk this fake injury thing, and I'm going to beat you again. And so, yeah, that sets up a triple threat. Why is Jay in it?
I was just thinking, I'm like, wait, is Phil going to have a logical reason for Jay? Because I don't
I don't understand. Why is Jay here?
I saw the graphic and I was like, yeah, a feud. Wait, what? Why is Jay so in this? He hasn't been talking to none of these people. He ain't in their vicinity. Like, he on a different planet.
And to make this even more
he was just with Roman.
To make this even more confusing, you know who else has been feuding with Rollins since WrestleMania that would have made sense in this match more than Jey Uso? Sami Zayn, who has moved to SmackDown. What?
So I say, well, you mean the guy that they sent to a different show? That guy?
I don't understand why they did this.
And even the story behind that is confusing because he could have before. Now they sent him over. This doesn't make sense. I'm on your side as thinking he's going to win the Royal Rumble. I'm like, I don't know what's happening here, but okay.
Yeah, so you've now taken him out of the world title picture and out of this feud. Well, even if you don't want to argue he's in the world title picture, you're taking him out of the vicinity of this feud with Rollins, which didn't get a close.
No.
You never closed this thing off. You moved into SmackDown, and now he's in the United States picture. Huh?
Hella confusing. And they could have like put him in the match and then sent him over. Like the Clash is coming up. Like I don't
know. I think maybe this is a way to do the out of sight, out of mind thing. So when he does win the Rumble, he could it's gonna seem like a surprise. But I also wouldn't put it past him now that I feel like we might not get a Rock match. Could be Roman match. Could be Roman versus Seth.
I mean, it's been talks for years.
Yeah. Could be Roman versus Seth. There's the rumors that it could be Cody versus Roman 3. Yeah. Imagine if Roman wins the Rumble. That'd be a choice.
Oh, God, that would be nasty. Yeah, I think Cody and Roman is the least intriguing option. Like, I would love to see Roman and Seth or Roman and Punk at least, but like Cody and Roman is nah.
My thing is, you've teased Punk versus Cody for 2 years in a row now.
Mm-hmm.
Every year that Punk has been in the Rumble, you've teased Cody versus Punk.
Yep.
You got to do it at some point.
Let's do it. Yeah.
And I feel like next year should be the year.
I mean, Cena's going to be gone. There's nothing that Cody's going to be attached to or that he needs to absolutely be attached to going into it.
Other than Roman, but I don't think they should do Cody Roman 3.
No.
I think next year's the time. Just pull the trigger on the Punk Cody match.
Mm-hmm. In Vegas and all this, it makes the most sense.
Yeah.
But they also don't be giving a fuck. They might just run Cody and Roman and say, fuck you.
Hey, man, they've been saying the entire build to this WrestleMania since they announced it. Time to double down.
Yeah, right?
So I guess we're doubling down, all right?
That's the ultimate double down right there. We told y'all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. More from Tony says, trying to use Brock/Cena against All Out won't work. Neither will putting TNA against them on Wednesdays, especially if your own fan base don't watch the show. But I do feel bad for TNA and its fans and have questions if this crazy WWE first purchase deal is true. So that was the report this week. Multiple reports, I believe. The Observer talked about the possibility of them using TNA to counter program against AEW. And then John Alba reported that there are some chances that they could end up on either CW or A&E, both channels that are linked to WWE.
Yep.
And the whole reasoning behind this is because they want to move it to Wednesday nights. And I don't know how true that is. I do think that's because we hear more and more from certain podcasters, certain people in media that TNA could be number 2. And enough people have said that I'm just like, all right.
Too many at this point.
I see the play. Bischoff saying it, and then I've seen other people in media saying it. I'm like, all right, this isn't like something that's just like people are just saying for the heck of it. That's clearly something WWE wants people to believe. They want people to believe that TNA can be the number 2 company in the US. And I think at one point it could have been. Well, not even could have been. It was.
It was.
But it hasn't been in a long time. And I think trying to put it against AEW on Wednesdays is a mistake.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to harm AEW the way they want it to. Even if it softens AEW's numbers and they can sit and gloat about that, it's not going to help TNA. I think it's going to harm TNA.
It is. TNA still needs help. They need all the promotion and all eyes on them that they could get. Them being on Thursday nights helps them because there's no other wrestling on. No, I can't turn to a different channel. I can only turn to your show. So why would you pick a night where I can turn to a different wrestling show? It doesn't even make sense, especially with the kind of the format that they've had for all these years being on Access and not being accessible for a lot of people. And some people don't care about the YouTube shit. And it's like, you're going to debut on a new network and a new thing and try to beef with somebody. That doesn't make sense. And TNA's tried to go again head to head, didn't work out before. Why would it work now? Because there's a bunch of people this week feel they were like, why don't you just let WWE help them? Shut up, you guys don't understand anything. This is going to improve everything for TNA. And I'm like, no, if WWE was like, we have great intentions, we want TNA to succeed, we want them to come up beyond independently of AEW, I'd be in, but that's not what this is at all.
Yeah. If TNA was hotter right now, maybe. But it's not.
It's not. Like, people aren't watching. Like, when TNA is on Thursdays, the timeline's not flooded with TNA stuff besides like the TNA wrestlers that I follow. You know what I mean? Like, people aren't, it's not like a discussion if WWE stuff's not surrounding it.
Yeah.
But I hope they succeed. I'm not one of those, I want them to die. I will hope everybody blah, blah, blah. I was like, I want everybody to get their money.
Yeah, I don't want TNA to struggle. And I think that's why this isn't good. This isn't good. I don't think this is good for TNA.
It's not.
I don't think
not long term.
I don't think WWE trying to use them in this back and forth with AEW is a good look.
Mm-mm. Especially with how things have been developing over there. Essentially, TNA has become another development system for WWE. And it's like you're just using them to steal all their people over and leaving scraps. Like all of it surrounding it looks nasty.
Yeah, when you got guys coming out like that clip of Jarrett saying like, I don't see how this helps TNA. Like, what's the end goal here? I think that's very telling. I don't know.
Double J saying it, and he would know. He started this whole fucking thing. Like,
yeah.
But I do think it would be a good move for them going to CW because they have been trying to get a TV deal, and on a different night, I think the shit could work for them, but not on Wednesday nights.
Maybe so.
If anything, I don't know. Maybe I'm like a WWE convinced their fans to watch TNA.
All right. They couldn't even convince their fans to watch 205 Live. Yeah, they're not going to convince their fans to watch TNA. Their fans are not going to consistently watch TNA. I've never believed that. I know people online keep trying to lie and act like they do. You do not watch TNA. You fuckers are lying. I'm not buying it. Stop. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out, bro.
You fuckers are lying.
Bro, it's certain things I get offended every time I see people try to sell me these lies. Y'all do not watch TNA consistently. Cut it out.
Yeah, no, everybody, only people I know that watch it are ones that have to review it, like they're forced to. Like they don't, nobody's like tuning in. And people, the issues get conflated, Phil, because people will watch the big show or the big pay-per-view or the big PLE and be like, yeah, we're in, but like that's not how this works.
This is just like right when they changed it over and NXT 2.0 was a thing and they were trying to convince us NXT 2.0 is better than the Black and Gold era. Cut it out. Stop. Stop it.
The Living Color intro 2.0, that shit was not good.
Cut it out, bro.
But yeah, maybe teaming them up on the same network will work out for them, Phil. I don't know. What do I know? Because A&E is a bad idea. When I heard that this week, I was like, "Oh no, that's not gonna."
I feel like the best option is CW.
Yeah.
If anything, then you could have it on a regular channel and not a cable channel. You could hope to get more viewers from that.
Yep.
But at the same time, I still think it's a mistake putting it up against head to head with Dynamite. I don't think that's a good idea.
And I feel like NXT worked because it's called WWE NXT. Like if it's not called WWE TNA, it's gonna be a hard sell. What's that face chain? You think it might be called that one day?
Calling it that is crazy.
But yeah, I mean, historically, WWE fans like WWE. That's why all the partnership stuff is so funny. Because like the fan, like online when they announce a new partnership, everybody's like, "Yeah, I'm in," but they're only in if they appear on WWE programming.
They're only in if they appear on WWE programming and it's their wrestlers getting the best of this.
Yes,
I think that's. I mean that's what's so funny about this AAA stuff coming up this weekend. When all these people like Dom better win. Like y'all want Dom to beat Vikingo. That's what y'all want. Vikingo just won the belt back. You want Dom to beat Vikingo. That's what y'all want.
And that's what they're saying about all the WWE guys, Phil. They're all like, our guys better win. Like, if they're this better be a fucking clean sweep. And I'm like, what? Well, what do you want? What do you want out of this? Like, what do you like? What is this? I just don't understand what's going on here. It's crazy.
Yeah. We got some contract news coming out of that as well. That they signed a few of the AAA wrestlers. Yeah.
Microman.
Yeah. But
there was also the other TNA news that Sean Ross Sapp put out. he said that he heard from a few undisclosed sources or unconfirmed sources that Lorenzo Fertitta, former co-owner of the UFC, has interest in buying TNA also. And so they have some kind of relationship because they used to all be on Spike together, and there was times where they were co-promoting things. So I think Lorenzo Fertitta will definitely know. He knows the business. I don't know if his stuff is attached to the TKO and WWE stuff, because I don't know how his relationship works with TKO post this UFC stuff. So I don't know if it's independent of that, but that's an interesting development for them too.
Yeah, didn't he report something else this week?
He reported a couple things this week.
About TNA specifically.
Lorenzo, Wednesday nights. There might be another thing. There's a bunch of TNA news this week. Every time I open my phone, I'm like, oh shit, because they had the show last night too. So I don't know, man. It's been so long. Like I remember the inception of TNA, and every year they told them they're gonna die, and going from that to whatever it is now is just funny.
Yeah, I'm seeing it in our chat. I don't know how true it is, but yeah. Apparently, didn't he report that that Tony Khan had a chance to buy TNA?
Oh yeah. Also, that was another report that Sean put out that previously there's been at least 2 attempts at TNA selling the company to Tony Khan, and both times Tony Khan was like, yeah, I'm chill. I don't really, no, not interested. And now I'm like, man, maybe he should have bought him so they weren't going up against his fucking show here in a few months. But yeah, I had heard some rumblings of that from some TNA peoples, and I didn't know what, like, because it felt like it was before the WWE partnership. Like they were trying to not offload, but they were like, who could do something with this? And I heard that AEW could be one of the potential suitors. So hearing this news this week, I'm like, yeah, I mean, of course they would offer it to Tony Khan. Why wouldn't they?
I don't know how well that would have worked.
It wouldn't have worked.
But it would have stopped this current situation. But I don't know that would have been a good situation for TNA either.
Also, yeah, I don't. It couldn't have worked because, like, they could have like Ring of Honor and what AEW does with it. Like, they couldn't have done that with TNA. Like, you have to completely run TNA as a separate entity or kill it and just have the tape library. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I hate the idea of TNA being used as a pawn in all of this. Doesn't
I mean, when I see that, like, Leon Slater's the X Division champion, I'm like, these are the people that are really being affected by this. The wrestlers that are there wrestling every fucking week.
Yeah, that doesn't sit well with me. But maybe this is much ado about nothing. Maybe it's just rumors. But like I said, I keep seeing people saying, yeah, this could, with a few moves, this could be the number 2 company. I don't think they're just saying that for no reason.
How do you feel about it, though? Is there a world
where it could be number 2 company in the U.S.? No. If AEW went out of business abruptly out of nowhere, sure. But as long as AEW exists, like in this form right now, where TNA is as a company, where their product is, like I said, it's not like they have all of this great buzz coming out of their shows currently. No, I don't see it.
Yeah. I'm like, they couldn't go overseas and sell out a 20,000 venue seater. Not right now. TNA couldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean the specific people that are saying it have been very anti-AEW as well.
Yeah, definitely. So it's the same old guys being like, the ones that you would expect being like, yeah, this is TNA's time. They're about to do it. And like, yeah, all right, brother.
Yeah. Every time people bring up the Raj tweet of him doing it, I'm just like, all right. All right, guys.
Stop. Please stop.
4 letters. Stop.
Honestly, because it's not helping with anything. There was at some point I saw that they were in talks with Peacock. Maybe did I see that somewhere? That TNA was possibly in talks with Peacock too to get on there. So I mean, there is a world where this could be good for TNA wrestling. This could be good for TNA wrestlers, but I just don't think it will be.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I think the whole Brock trying to use the Brock match to kind of program All Out, by the way, is also silly. And the internet is being about as normal as you expect.
Mm-hmm.
People doing well, they wanted competition, right? You guys wanted competition. Yeah. I think it's silly.
I saw somebody this week say Tony Khan started it, and I was like, all right, you guys. This is what he wanted. I'm like, all right, okay.
Because they threw some jabs at him and they like presented an alternative. That means that the company that is bigger, that has a history of running other companies out of business, could then start punching down and try and put their efforts into taking their audience. Did that make sense to people?
I'm like, they've been sabotaging around every corner since its inception, but this is Tony Khan's fault? All right, man.
I guess. I don't know. I think it's funny as well that one of the main aggregators of this, agitators of this, that was throwing the most shots, a good amount of shots, is now over there. He's not WWE. Yeah, the guy that smashed that throne and everything, he's over there.
The guy that led the revolution against them, he's like, hey, what's up?
Bro,
good morning.
his whole feud with Dustin, probably one of my favorite things he did with AEW, was built around, hey, the Attitude Era is overrated, guys. He's over there.
Stop thinking about the past. Let's move forward.
Bro.
Life is just so funny. And he's the #1 guy over there, too. He smashed a throne, Phil. We watched it, dog. And it was pointed. It was a throne for a reason.
Yeah.
But that guy's having the last laugh, the throne guy.
Wrestling's so funny, man. That's why I'm like, a lot of this stuff is so unserious, man. A lot of this stuff don't matter.
None of it matters. 0% of it matters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's, I mean, a
yeah,
lot of news this week.
Yeah, just wait till the other guy that's been throwing all his shots gets back over there, too. He's going to be back over there. Don't let this fool you.
Do not let this fool you one bit. Can't wait.
Don't let this fool you, buddy. You think he's not about to be over there with his back? Fucking stage?
Right,
He's going to be right back over there.
No, he's the Hall of Fame is guaranteed, but like I think there's Denise and I talked about it this week because like in his books, he doesn't talk very fondly about Triple H. Like historically, anytime Chris Jericho has talked about Triple H, you can hear there's some he don't totally fuck with them. That's the only thing I'm like, I don't know. But I also think none of that matters at this point, right?
If he's just done and he's just going over there for the Hall of Fame and he's not going over there to wrestle, I don't think that matters.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've seen a few interviews where he talks about Triple H and he doesn't have the best things to say about him. I think it's the Inside the Ropes sit down thing he did where he's talking about Triple H, and he was talking about how he was like, I didn't understand why this guy didn't like me at one point. And he was also talking about how he made a point to give him the pedigrees and like make sure like the way he did them. I was like, yeah, there's definitely some animosity there.
Because a couple of them pedigrees, like Triple H would sometimes protect the guy and let the arms go. He never let the arms go with Jericho. So there's going to be that. But I feel like you feel if he just goes in for the Hall of Fame, he won't even have to worry about it. But if he's trying to go have a run again, then we got something to talk about.
Yeah.
But Punk is there shaking hands and kissing babies. Again, none of this shit matters.
Yeah. Punk this week, starting his promo, and the LA Knight comes out there and he's talking to him, and he's like, he does his usual, "What's your problem, man?" It cracks me up every time he does it, man. Like, he'll always just be like, "What's your problem with me? What'd I do to you?"
He never in character. He never understands. He's always like, "Why are you guys so mad? Like, what did I do?"
But it's so funny because he does it in real life too.
He does it in real life. That's the best part.
In real life.
That's his bit. And he's like, "What? You're mad at that?"
Like what? Why are you so upset? What'd I do to you?
Oh, that old thing? That was nothing. You're mad too? Yes, I'm also mad.
Every time he does it, it's hilarious to me, man. Like, I still don't think he understands why Rollins is mad at him. I think this whole time he's just like, why is this guy so obsessed with me?
Mm-hmm. That's the bit. Because that was the whole thing. When he was out of the company, he was always like, "What's this guy's deal?" He never. Why is he always giving me so much heat? And it's like, there's a reason. There's definitely a reason.
I just thought about something somebody told me he said, and it was fucking hilarious. It's right in line. It's right in line with this. Like, what I do? Why is he upset?
Speaking of, did you see those Matt Riddle clips that came out?
Matt Riddle is he's so desperate for people to pay attention to him, and it's so obvious. Yeah. And so every time I see these clips where he keeps bringing up Punk, it's like, yeah, but you never worked with Punk. You have no connection to being over there with Punk. You're just bringing up his name because you know it'll be headline. Yeah, you're just bringing him up because you know it's going to get headlines. And this time, watching him, and he's got like it looked like he had a wig on because he's got like bright pink hair. I was like, all right, dog, like wrap it up, man. Like, and for you of all people to be doing the whole, oh, he's a bitch to work with. But it was people over there complaining about working with you, bro. Like, one of the top guys over there didn't want to work with you.
You don't work there right now because of that. Like, what do you mean?
Crazy, man.
Yeah, I was thinking that same. I'm like, you don't know CM Punk. You never had him. Y'all haven't been in the same locker rooms. This is nothing. Why are you talking about this?
It kind of feels like how when he was there, he kept bringing up Brock and like
same thing,
saying he wants a match with Brock. And I think that's what this is. It's just like you're just trying to use his name because you know you're gonna get headlines.
I love that every time they tell a story about Brock Lesnar around that, it's all like Brock was like, "No, fuck this guy," and his story never changed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically like, I don't want nothing to do with this guy. Fuck out of here. Every time he'd be like, nah.
Matt Riddle definitely has that midlife crisis. I just colored my hair look too, and I was all, somebody talk to this guy.
Nah, I see exactly what's going on.
That's it. That's all.
I see exactly what's going on. I've seen that hair color before. I know exactly what's going on.
That's why I'm saying this, Phil. He needs help.
I know exactly what's going on, bro.
So I'm saying this. He needs help. This is a cry for help, brother.
I've seen that particular shade of pink before.
I know. And it wasn't on pink, brother. I'll tell you that.
Nah, dog. Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't. There you go. Looking pitiful. Nah, dog. Yeah, we know.
Oh man, that thing is hilarious. Yeah, but he's still trying to get a job. Like, you could hear it underneath everything.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why he
died. Get a job.
Maybe that's why he dyed his hair that color, man. He about to start doing the shimmy like Pink did in the commercial with like the dancing behind her. There you go with your life cut on. Look at you. There you go.
Oh, it's just funny because Streets, I don't know if anybody non-black knows this internet lore. Streets thought Pink was black when she started.
Bro, R&B Pink was different. People thought she was just light-skinned or mixed. Yeah, I'm like, nah, that's a white woman.
They Niggas really were like making excuses. Nah, her mama this, her mama that. I'm like, no, that's just, I think that's just a white woman. That's it.
No, I mean, look, and I like the records. I like the early Pink
there
records.
You go. It's hard. You ain't lying.
And she got some records after that. Once she got into her rock bag, she got catalog. But yeah, that time period, man, like
I mean, they were like playing her song on 106 and Park and shit. It wasn't for nothing.
She was didn't she perform on 106 and Park? I'm pretty sure she did.
This is just white woman getting her shit off, brother. Oh man, damn! Shout out to Pink.
Yeah, no, that would be the funniest thing ever if Punk did not respond with anything else but just the Pink record as his IG caption. That would be the funniest thing ever, man.
Well, if he does it now, we know he watches Grapsody.
Oh, if he did it now, that would be even more funny because not just that he did it, but I'd be like, oh.
Oh,
all right. Yeah, but there's lore to that as well. There's so much Grapsody lore that we don't tell you guys that.
A lot. I didn't think Sean was going to give it up starting today, but it's funny because we have never talked about that. That's a real thing. Like we were just like, that was the thing. We're moving forward.
There's so much lore that I've just like moved on from. Like, yep, that was the thing that happened.
There's been a bunch of things that happened in our 4 years, you guys. I'm like, oh yeah, oh yeah.
But no, I like seriously, I meant that. Like people don't understand. 200 episodes in, there were multiple attempts to get one of us or the three of us to do something else that would have ended this podcast.
Yep, they tried, brother, a couple times. A couple of emails like, wait, you got an email from who? About what? What would it take to Woo, times could have been different.
Very. We got more super chats. We've got some more humper chats here.
Yeah, we got a bunch of super chats. Let's get into a couple of them. The homie Tenruza says streets are saying Gato gotta go. Who replaces him? Tanahashi.
I don't think Gato's going nowhere.
Me neither. I think there's a lot of the internet doesn't translate as much, and like a lot of the people we hear talking about New Japan are foreign fans, whether it be American or in different parts of the country or overseas and things. So it things move differently in the actual thing, you know. Like we could complain as much as we want, but they probably are like, Gato's doing his thing. Who cares? They're talking about us.
Yep.
Hopefully not. But you know, I think they'll get it together. They're like we said, there were some bright spots through all of this. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be the end of the world as we know it. The homegirl Shanika says, "Happy Saturday, all late running to drop some love for the big 200. Thanks for keeping it real and keeping us entertained for nearly 4 years. Here's to more." Appreciate you, Shanika. You've been here for all 4 years. It feels like so. Love your support. Thank you for always showing up to give it up to us.
Yeah, appreciate you, Shanika. I think I saw you in Tampa last year, somewhere. One of these trips.
The big Tamps.
Yeah, Tampa trip was funny.
A lot happened then.
Was that the trip where you sent me that picture and you were like, "Yep, zoomed in"? That's a Grapsody had over there. I saw who was next to.
I'm telling you, there's some wild shit that we have. Yeah.
That's just like never mind.
Let's what's up? What's going on here?
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold on, you're doing something. Wait, the channel. Wait, hold on, wait, what?
Oh, look at that. I had to do it myself because I'm just sitting here listening to the peanut gallery, just sitting here laughing. And I'm like,
So
here he comes. Here he goes.
So running in from a guy that used to be on this show that is not dead. It's totally not dead. Still exists.
He still exists on our intro every week. So
I know, right? We filmed that, and then I left the show like a week later.
You son of a bitch.
No, I was laughing in our group chat that one time where Reg took a picture from across the room of you standing next to somebody and then zoomed in on your wedding ring and put it in group chat.
I was being messy.
That's immediately what I thought about.
I remember that, yeah. That was great.
What's up, Double Dub? What you doing here? 200 of these things.
I know, right? I figured I couldn't let 200 go by. Although when Shanika said 4 years, I thought, like, that was 4 years ago? That feels like yesterday. Like, I remember, not to take credit for anything, but, like, I remember pitching this whole thing and, like, the name and, like, the group chats and, like, discussing everything and how we were going to do this. And then all of a sudden now, here we are.
That was 4 years ago, dog.
That was 4 years ago, yeah.
Yeah,
Will Washington and I had the Wrestling with Will. I did the podcast in my car. I remember.
Yeah, you're sitting in your car. Yeah, and then like a week later, I was like, you know what? I just want to host with Reg from here on. So
that was it.
that was how that went.
What a different time. What a different life, huh?
Yeah, Sean told a story that we didn't think we were gonna ever tell on this podcast. That was sitting there like, I don't think the public knows that, Sean.
About Wrestling Inc.
Oh,
we told that. We were like, oh yeah, okay.
I don't think people know about that.
They do now.
Yeah, I didn't know that story was told. Anyway, how are you guys doing? How is anyway? How has this special 200th episode been?
We both, well, it's mostly me being very confused about why Evil was in the G1 finals. We talked about that a little bit. But yeah, also just astonished that we've made it 200 episodes of this thing. I mean, funny enough, him bringing up the Wrestling Inc. thing, I'm like, man, God, there were other attempts to get us to do something else other than this. There were attempts to make this not a thing.
Well, regardless, I just wanted to make sure I told you guys congrats on 200 episodes of Grapsody.
I'm mad at you, Will Washington, because I think it was your idea to do Saturdays, and like I thought eventually we'll stop doing Saturdays and I won't have to wake up at 9 a.m. every Saturday for 4 straight years, and it never changed. So this is all your fault, I think.
Yeah, probably. I actually thought about that as I saw you guys were doing this at when you guys sent the link, and I was still in bed, and I was like, oh yeah, I used to get up on Saturdays to do this, and now I don't.
I haven't had a good Friday night in 4 years, and this is all y'all's fault because I'm always like, gotta wake up early to talk about wrestling for 500 hours tomorrow. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, well, yeah, I had a question, but I then started laughing at something else. Oh, I started laughing at that group chat thing, and I forgot what the question was. Oh, damn it. Forgot what it was.
Wow, you acting like a pothead like me. It's been an interesting journey since you left the pod, Will, because we were trying to figure out what this was going to be, because it was a completely different pod when we started. Like the dynamic of the three of those guys who, like, we knew each other when we started this, but we weren't like, as close as we are now. So like trying to navigate, figure out who these guys are and what your place is in the podcast was a lot. And so post that, trying to be like, are we going to replace Will? Is it going to be just the two of us? Like, what is any of this going to be? And so we figured it out, and we somehow got to 200, and I can't believe it. But yeah, we appreciate what you brought to this, what you made of this. I've done so many things off of Grapsody that I never would have imagined. And when I get to those places and people are like, Grapsody, it's crazy every single time. So shout out to you for helping us establish this thing. At StarCast, there were so many people coming up and being like, Grapsody, Grapsody, Grapsody. And it's like, you know, you played a big, huge, gigantic part in that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But it's you guys. Like, at the end of the day, I started this, but I did this for, what, a year and a half? Like, I was gone by the end of April of 2023. We started October of 2021. So, like, really, you guys picked up the last 2 years and 3 months without it, or without me.
Crazy.
So, like, at the end of the day, like, it's been you guys. Yeah, you guys. And, like, as I logged in and I can see the numbers, I'm like, I mean, you guys do great fucking numbers on this show. So, like, no, all the props in the world. And, like, I don't know. I wasn't going to talk any wrestling on here because it feels like I can't really do that with an unbiased lens. But I will say this. I want to throw out just kind of a small hot take, and then I'll leave you guys to the show. So I study a lot of promos these days. Like, I watch a lot of promos. I watch promos from our company. I watch promos from WWE. I watch promos from pretty much you name it. I watch promos, and I rewatch a lot of my favorites. Some I didn't like to see like what I didn't like about it. Some that worked, some that didn't work. I watch promos. That's like the thing I probably spend my time doing the most of. With all of that said, this is only a slightly hot take, but it's only hot in the sense that I will defend this to the death. I know people hate the what chant.
Oh boy.
You're defending the what chant? I'm about
hold
to
hold on. I'm not defending the chant, but I am defending the origins of it. I do fully understand why it took off, because the introduction of what was probably the dopest shit in the history of heels. Like, to understand that a heel Steve Austin literally looked somebody in the face, said some wild shit, acted like he didn't hear himself, and then repeated it. That is the most foul way to get under somebody's skin you can do. And, like, when I watch like Steve Austin and Scotty 2 Hotty is a great example of that, right? Where he got in his face and he's like, "You're never going to be successful in this business, Scotty." "What?" "I said you're never going to be successful in this business." "Tonight your name is Kurt Angle." "What?" "I said your name is Kurt Angle." Like, that to me was so fire. And like, and of course, like, fans heard that and were like, fuck yeah, man. Like, let's keep doing that with him. And then it took off, and then it made it everywhere else. And like, I understand now why it annoys people. But I also understand why it took off, because in its original form, that was such a fire way to get under somebody's skin. And like, as a heel, like, to again, just repeat yourself. It's like it would be like Reg looking at me going like, "You've got that wedding ring on." "What?" "I said you've got that wedding ring on. What are you gonna do?" Like,
I'm like, that is kind of what happened.
Bro.
Like, no, I have to say, like, and this was just something I was like recently watching. I was actually talking with somebody at work about it, and like, genuinely, I understand why it took off. And people almost lost complete sight of it, because now it's just like, oh, you speak another language now. Yeah, now it's just racist. Yeah. Like, it's like, yeah. But back then, it worked because of that, and for that, I will always appreciate what it originally was, because like, yeah, I almost found myself, because I remember I was a freshman in high school when that happened. Like, I almost found myself just wanting to do that to people when they irritated me.
That's so annoying.
The most annoying.
People would have been fighting your ass every day at school.
Oh, that's what it was.
It's like, open chest. What? Said open chest.
That's a rip. What? Did you guys do that's a rip at your school?
No, what was that's a rip?
It's where you do like, rip their neck like that. That wasn't a
What?
thing in any of your schools?
No.
That was in my school. That's a rip.
No.
Somebody said something dumb and you go, that's a rip, and then you rip their neck like that with your hand.
Nah,
That's a Californiaism, I guess.
It must be.
That's some.
That's a rip. Do that to your little brother or something.
That sounds like some Bam Margera shit, like some Jackass
Essentially,
shit.
yeah, that's what it was. We did take on the Jackass pretty heavy, so that it could have been inspired by that. That's a rip.
That's what it was. I was gonna ask you, did you check out the Chance album?
I have not had a chance to. Ha ha ha.
Oh, I see what you did there.
I didn't mean to do that, but I realized as I said it.
You should though. It's a great album.
Yeah, my brother sent it to me, and he literally just sent me the Apple Music link as he always does, and he fully expects me to listen to it, so I have to report back at some point.
Yeah, great album. Great album. I didn't know what to expect out of Cardi jumping on Imaginary Players as well, and I pulled it up and I was like, nah, she got off.
She rapped.
What, like Imaginary Players, like in my lifetime?
Yeah,
you haven't heard it?
Yeah, she flipped the whole Hove beat and she remixed it. It's
like the same beat and she just raps over it.
Yeah,
in the same kind of way.
She flips a few of the Hove lines. It's good. I like it.
Yeah, it's funny. My brother asked me the other day, because that's all we do is just like reminisce, and he asked me what the first album that I ever owned that was mine, because there was a lot of albums that we like used to share, and like we have my oldest brother, and we used to like steal his music and steal his CDs and listen to him because we were the two younger brothers. But he was like, "What was the first album that was just yours?" And I was like, "In My Lifetime, Volume 1." Was the first album that I used my own money. I went and bought, and it was mine. Yeah, Jay-Z in My Lifetime, Volume 1.
Oh, see, Hove
That's
is
funny.
always
Mine's is Hard Knock Life.
Oh, see, I want to say mine's is Hove too, but I think it was like the Hot Boys album. What you need, girl? I need a hot boy.
I mean, look, I had that album, but that was
the
like
Hot Boy album was hard.
Yeah, that was like a year later, like '98. I got In My Lifetime Volume 1. It was on cassette tape, but I had it, and yeah, that was it for sure. That I don't think there's another answer to that.
Shout out to Hove.
I also noticed that our agenda against Silk the Shocker has spread to other wrestling podcasts. If you noticed, MVP talked to Mercedes this week, and he did not like his theme song because he's not a Silk the Shocker fan. I died laughing at that.
Y'all got Silk the Shocker fucked up. I saw him in an interview and said he was doing it as a bit. Like he sucked at to rap because he wanted to. It was some science to it. I was like, this was breaking it down crazy because he wanted to be the most memorable for being bad, and I was like, I don't know if that's so. It worked, but it was a stupid ass strategy.
What?
I don't know, man. It was a bit, is what he was saying. It was all a bit to get people talking, and it worked. Like Blueface.
Yeah.
I will say this too. I was just, I guess my last thing. I just got to get some of these takes off, because I don't have a place to just get takes off anymore. It's funny that going back to Shauna's point about this podcast starting 4 years ago. This has been a really transformative decade, like really transformative. Like I didn't think we'd see something like the 90s again, and it feels like that again. And what I mean by that is like, when you look back, like you really had to live through the 90s to know what I'm talking about here. And of course, all three of us did. But it's like, if you were walking around in 1995 didn't look nothing like 1992. Like everything was different when it came to culture. And I don't feel like the 2000s were that transformative. I don't feel like the 10s were that transformative. But it wasn't until I came across a post today that said, remember Ice Spice? And I went, oh my God. Like, this decade has changed so much. 2025 does not look anything like 2023 did. And it doesn't look anything like 2020 did. That feels like an eternity ago. And this has been such a transformative decade when you look at all aspects of pop culture to politics to anything you look at, nothing this year looks anything like it did 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And I didn't think we'd see that again because that's how the 90s felt. And it feels like that now, for better or worse. It doesn't matter what side of it you're on, but it feels like everything in 2025 is very different than even 2024 was, which was very different than 2023. It feels like it's just like culture is rapidly changing.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
And it feels like it happens every year at this point, like you're describing. Like 2026 is going to be completely different than 2025. Like we're going to live in a different world in a year.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. The West Coast just tried to tell Joey Badass that Ice Spice was the king of New York.
They was wild, and there were some nasty times going on there. You thought I was feeling you?
Like I said, it feels like a very, very, very different time, and I'm curious what 2026 looks like. Like in that same way where 1999 looks very different than 1990. I am like really curious what 2029 is going to look like in contrast to what 2020 looked like. Because, and I mean that, like when you think about, you mentioned the Hot Boys, right? Like I'm trying to think of an example of like 1990 and it just came to me, right? But like the Hot Boys album came out in 99. But if you look at the Hot Boys album and you were listening to that and then somebody was like, nah, man, I want to listen to Home Base by DJ Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince. That was like two completely different, like everything. Nothing was the same about any of that. And I'm pretty sure that album came out in 90, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Home Base was 90. And then, yeah, it's just like, I feel like that's how it is today. When I hear a song from 2020, it feels like it's from 2020.
Yeah, it does. The decades and years and all the things are so much more established now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
Oh, terrible time.
When we were in Texas live that night and they put on Macarena, I was like, bro. Hearing Macarena in 2025, it feels like that was like 40 years ago, bro.
It was almost at this point. Shit.
Yeah, I was sitting there like, why are they playing Macarena? Like, what's going on?
We were in Texas.
Yeah. I also just can't unhear what Macarena is about now. Like, once you know what the song is actually about, it's like, this song is weird now.
Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'm going to leave you guys to enjoy the show. Happy 200. Everybody who's continued to check out the show over the years, thank you for supporting Grapsody, for supporting my dear friends, Righteous Reg, Philip Lindsey. And yeah, I just thank you for, like I said, and it's the same thing Reg mentioned. Like anytime I'm at a show and somebody mentions like Grapsody and what the show meant and what the show still means, again, it means a lot to me that this thing is still going the way it's going. And also, continue watching AEW because Dynamite is live every Wednesday on TBS and streaming on HBO Max, and Collision is live every Saturday, including tonight. Tonight. And it's on TNT and streams on HBO Max, and you do not want to miss tonight's show. It is an excellent, excellent, excellent show. But other than that, and also, I still podcast. AEW Unrestricted releases every Thursday on your favorite podcast platforms. I host that with Aubrey Edwards, and this week I've got, we did Rick Knox this week, and then next week's show is going to be a really, really excellent one. And we just got some cool stuff. Actually, next week's is dropping on a Tuesday because we got to get it out before Dynamite. So
Tuesday.
Yes, on a Tuesday. So Unrestricted will be up this week. Anyway, you guys enjoy.
Appreciate you, Double Dub. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to just find my way out of here and not hit end stream as I would have done out of habit.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't do
so
that.
not going to do that. All right. Peace, y'all.
Peace, bro.
Remember when he ended the Ask Grapsody that way? Or he just
yeah, that was hilarious.
And stream, it's just like, I don't think we were done answering questions.
I love that. That was a really good bit. Shout out to the homie Double Dub showing up. I'm sure you guys like that. That was fun. We're going to get into a few more super chats and move forward. The homie Ten Ruza says, happy 200 to the best pod and duo in this space. Thank you, Ten Ruza. You've supported us a lot these last couple of years. Always here to further enhance the conversation. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw people when I brought up the Chance, they were like, "Not a Chance album is whack." Nah, firmly disagree.
What?
It could be me, but it could be biased because as well, it's a very regional album. It's a very not only is the intro dope, but listen, man,
it's Chicago. Yeah, I knew as soon as I heard it, I was like, "Oh, my friend is probably standing up touching a wall right now."
I remember where I was when I heard the first Chance mixtape, and all of his mixtapes start with a variation of that. And so I was like, "Oh, we're back for real." Like, bro, like, good ass intro. I think is just like, bro,
I love good ass intro.
And a good ass intro is so Chicago. Like,
fucking love it.
Like when I think of like sock hops and like all this shit, like. It's just that kind of music.
Fucking dancing and shit. Yeah, it's so Chicago.
So Chicago. And so like there's certain things about the intro that are just so Chicago. And like I just think of like fucking like just the way it starts with the drums. I think of like Bucket Boys. I think of like getting up on Dan Ryan and like seeing like the skyline out on the horizon. Just like everything about it is very Chicago. And then the next song on the album has Do or Die on it, like Chicago legends. Like
can't get more Chicago than this. I'm California as fuck. I live in Oakland, California, and that Chance album is hard. I don't give a fuck. That shit is really hard. Somebody saying it's whack. I can't believe it. Like I drove around my music. The way that I take it in is I usually drive. I won't listen to an album when they drop at 9 and I'm at home. Like I need to hear it in the car first. It's just some weird thing that I have. So yesterday I drove around listening to the Chance and I was just like,
nah, man.
Every song I'm like, yes, dope lyrics, dope production, fire.
I didn't love every song, but there are certain parts of it that are.
Well, there's a couple sing songs that I skipped, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's a very Chance album. I mean, like even the beginning, it kind of sounds like the Kanye record. It kind of sounds like we were talking about that on Ask Grapsody. That I'm like, Father Stretch My Hand is a Chance record, though. I don't give a fuck. Ultralight Beams is a Chance record. That's his bag. Like the whole like gospel house style music. That's his bag, and he does that better than most people. And so
when I heard that, I was like, "Are we on? I think this is it. This is everything. This is it. We're here. This is it. This is what Chance should have been doing." The features, like I'm surprised somebody called it whack. I'm like, okay, y'all just don't like this.
Yeah, I thought the Vic feature was great. I was surprised Sabre didn't make the album.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate.
But nah, I love it. Great.
Oh yeah, that Young Thug's on there. That verse was kind of whack. Young Thug might need to shut up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some of it might be Regency bias for me because it's very regional music. It sounds like Chicago music to me. So no.
Listen, I like hip hop, and that shit's hella hip hop. Fucking love it. But you can definitely, like when he says Kanye influenced him so much, you can still hear it. Like there's still a lot of it that I'm like, this is so Kanye coded, you know?
That's the messed up thing about Kanye as well, because there's so many of my favorite rappers that you can tell they're influenced by Kanye. Tyler, there's no way you can listen to Tyler music and not see Kanye influences. Childish Gambino, big student of Kanye.
Gigantic. I smacked my lips right there because I thought of that stupid ass Consequence clip. Did you see that?
I did not.
Consequence went on Hot 97 within like the last 3 or 4 days, and he is mad at the clip's rollout. You know, of course, because Kanye's this guy. So he's mad that he's like, Pusha used the rollout to bury my guy, and the clip of the summer is Pusha calling whatever he said about Kanye. And I'm like, that's not the clip of the summer, first of all, and nobody cared. So he's like, this guy's fake. He's like, I got something to prove that he's fake. He's like, I have a group chat. It's me, Kanye, and Pusha T from 2020, Phil. Keep that in mind. I have this group chat of me, Kanye, and Pusha, and Push is in there apologizing to Kanye. They read the text messages on there. Kanye's like, you dissing Drake, diss me, put my family in a compromising position, all this shit. And Push is on the same shit of like, listen, the game was a game. Y'all was on some wild shit. I'm sorry to mess with your trauma. He said, I'm sorry for your trauma. And Consequences like, look, there it is right there. How you gonna be a man if you? I'm like, dog, you bringing up text messages from 5 years ago. And so he does like this. He's like, I'm gonna say this last thing, and he says this one thing, and then he walks off like he just set the world on fire. You have to see the clip, Phil. It's so.
I probably will watch it because I hate it. I don't care what the context. I don't care what the context is. There's something that I think that is incredibly unmanly about sharing private messages. Like, I just think I never like when people do it. When people screenshot private messages or when they read them, I just don't like it. I think it's incredibly corny every time I've seen dudes do it. And when they try to do it as this gotcha, I think it's very lame. I never liked it.
He went in there being like, Pusha and clips are clout chasing, and then you started showing old text messages from 5 years ago. Like, what are you even talking about?
But I mean, even everything about what you're doing is whatever.
That's
whatever you're doing is cloudy.
You're on a radio station trying to get clicks, talking about their clout chasing. Dog, come on,
bro. I like Consequence, so I won't get into it. But bro, you of all people have done several things. You've come out and dissed Kanye before. Come on, dog, cut it out.
That's what I was thinking watching the clip. I was like, wait, I thought you guys were beefing too. Why are you out here with the cape on right now?
Cut it out, bro.
He really thought them 5-year-old text messages were it. I got him. I'm getting him out of here. And like, I could change my mind in 5 years, dog. Like it could be a completely different life in 5 years.
Let's even if we're going with that these guys are fake and they used the rollout for their album to kick my guys back in. You don't look crazy standing next to the guy that's making Nazi sympathizer music and wearing Ku Klux Klan robes. Like, you don't look crazy standing next to that guy and standing up for that guy.
That's who you're defending? That guy?
That's the hill you want to die on? All
swastika right. Guy? I don't think.
Nah, keep it.
And to try to like downplay a great album also, because there's that underlining thing of like, this fool's whack too, and it's like, my nigga.
There's some jealousy there. It's cool.
Come on.
There's jealousy there. It's cool.
I mean, I'm sure there was a bunch of Kanye's people that, because Push came in and Kanye was like, Push, because of course, and like, the dynamics were just different. And I'm sure there was a lot of jealousy of people that are his friends or on the label or a part of that stuff. You know what I mean? Because Consequence never got anywhere close to what Push is, you know?
I'm sure. But also, like this guy's still beefing with Joe Budden and still saying crazy stuff about Joe Budden. And like, you got into a fight with him on Love and Hip Hop, what, like 20 years ago? Like, what are we talking about? And I'm sure I'm exaggerating. Like, every time I think about that clip, I think of Homeboy trying to hold Joe back, and he's like, "Yeah, that's cool. Let me go. Now let me just get over there right quick." And that was like Skinny Joe. That was like Joe.
Skinny Joe. Yeah. Drug Joe. Pills Joe. No, that's cool. Let me go.
Yeah. Let me go. Joe, man. Funny guy, man.
Oh man. Lennon Third says, I think FTR versus Cage and Cope is the all-out main event. It's Canada. It's their homecoming for the AEW tag titles. It could work in a major way. Do you think this match needs the World Tag Team Championships?
No. And I don't think that would be the main event, because I do think that would be Kenneth from Winnipeg getting his rematch against Okada.
Agreed. And I wouldn't put that match over Kenny and Okada, even if it is Cage and Cope, but they could be the semi-main.
I don't know why it sounds like you put the words together like Cajun Cope. Cajun Cope sounds hilarious.
Get your little Cajun Cope on top of that.
Cajun Cope is crazy. No, Desi, that is what he said. He did say, that's the shit I like. Let me go. That's what he said. Exactly what he said.
Different. So that was a different Joe. Like every time I see what he's doing now, and he's on all these top 10 powerhouse lists and all this shit, I think of that when skinny guy trying to fight Consequence or the fucking, of course, the Wu-Tang Raekwon shit. I'm just like, this guy lived like 5 different lives in this time.
Right, all of his different various vests.
The one with the American flag, the denim one, the American flag,
with a big eagle on it is crazy. Yeah,
nasty.
Yeah. I have to admit I was wrong. I think that was our group chat. I was like, why is Mark over there? Like, I don't understand. Like, why did Mark Lamont feel like he needed to go and be on a podcast? That guy been cooking. All these clips I be seeing him talking, I'm like, nah, he be cooking.
At first, I didn't understand it at all. I was like, huh? Why is Mark that doesn't even he doesn't
I get it
function with them, but I totally get it now. Like he's the fucking MVP of the pod. Like they needed him to get better. You know what I mean? Like they be running from some of the shit he be trying to talk about for sure, but they need it's dialogue that's needed.
Yeah.
The homie Grapple Geekery says, in light of new evidence, I will accept my apologies for false accusations of Jericho manifestation in video, audio, and written forms, gentlemen.
We don't want it.
You was going hard. That's your favorite wrestler, Grapple Geeker. You can't wait to see the learning tree back. I'm doubling down.
We don't want it.
People have said his names too many times, though. Like I've seen, it's like Candyman. I've seen it said a bunch of times. Like he about to show up if y'all keep saying his name. The Candyman can. Tenriza says, don't forget to watch the Rev Pro Forbidden Door Week show. Is that next week? No, it's 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Wait, no, it's next week. Because the show's next Saturday. Yeah, the show's next Saturday. That's crazy. Oh, damn. No, it's next Sunday. I was going to say they're counter programming this. It's next Sunday. So they're not counter programming this because it starts at 10 a.m. over here.
It's Sunday, not Saturday.
So it's going to be a breakfast watch along, I'm guessing, with Denise and I. Tenruz also says Reg going to fight Credit Boy over Steph now. I'll fuck Triple H up. That boy ain't got nothing. What do he got?
What?
Oh, because there's this picture.
Oh, they're like vacation picture?
Yeah, and I said, I reposted and I said, can Stephanie's husband fight? And people have been laughing about it. You think he could fight, Phil?
I think he could.
People are making some very nasty jokes in there about his heart too, and I'm like, you guys need to relax, Sam. These are bits.
Now, somebody put a side by side of him from like 20 years ago, and he has the same shorts on. I was like, no. Hold on. Bro still got the same flip flops from 20 years ago. But look, the older and older I get, bro, once you find something you really like, he might have just rebought them joints. Because, like, I'm telling you, once you find something you really like, you be like, nah, I gotta double back.
It definitely is an old nigga thing, Phil. Because, like, I think about things that I'm like, damn, I wish I still had that 20 years later. And now in my brain, I'm like, I have to keep this for 20 years. Or like, I really like these. And like you're saying, I'm going to just go get the same exact pair. Because that's kind of how old niggas be working.
They're the pair of shoes I have right now that are falling apart that I kind of just want to rebuy
buy new ones. Yeah, exactly.
Because I like them. I don't want to just completely replace them. So I don't know.
No, shout out to the homie. I think Suzuki's is at Suzuki something's their Twitter handle. In the comments of that, they said Triple H want to be John Moxley so bad because he looks kind of like. If you scroll by fast, though, it does kind of look like Moxley, though.
Moxley ain't getting in the best shape of his life for y'all to do that to him, man.
Yeah, don't do Moxley like that. He looks.
Don't do him like that, bro.
Oh man, appreciate that, Tenriza. Adrian Carpenter says Athena legit broke Mina's hand at All In. Mina said in a promo that she's coming for payback.
Yes, I know the motivation behind it. I still think it's lazy booking.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
I still think it's lazy booking. I because, like I said, if you're gonna put that belt on her, it should mean something. Why is she not defending her belt? I don't understand that.
Exactly. That's the only thing. It's like I'm down for a match with them two, but why did you make her the interim champion if you're not going to let her be the interim champion?
Yeah, what is the point of this interim? If this is the point,
I fucking hate interim championships at all. So why are we doing this?
if that was the case, you could have just let Red Velvet take the time off. Why you make her interim champion in the first place?
It would have been fine. People wouldn't have been questioning it. We would have just waited. But they had to make this big grandstand, and then for them to immediately make her the challenger, it's like, okay, I guess.
No, I don't want to keep the shoes that are falling apart. I want to buy the same pair because these are falling apart. I want the exact same pair. I don't want to look for different shoes. Is my point.
I don't know. Somebody was just on the other side, like, wait, he wants to keep the ratty ass shoes. I'm confused.
No, I just want the same pair. I don't want to get a different one.
Oh man, hella funny. Thanks, Adrian. Tenruz also says the Bandido movie scene was incredible, so good. I'm guessing the one that they released with him and Hechicero?
Yeah, I guess the one they aired on ROH the other night. Yeah.
Shout out to that. I hope people are actually watching Ring of Honor and actually supporting, because they're doing a lot of, like, all the match announcements. They're putting out some great shit. Seems like Adam Priest might have some kind of deal or something over there. So I'm stoked on it. I might have to get back on the train.
Yeah, Adam Priest is dope. And I mean, look, Mina versus Athena is going to be a good match.
Of course.
I just wish they hadn't got to the match this way. That's all.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Tenruza. Leonard Aarons III says, I see y'all forgot how fast that Sammy's NXT title run was. Y'all think more of Sammy than the Motorhead merchant does. I love Sami Zayn. He's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Like, I think that he's just due for it, Phil. You know what I mean? Like, that. It's so funny. I always think about when Bryan Danielson got signed. I might have told this story on the podcast before. We were at a wrestle show called Wrestle Reunion in LA. Bryan Danielson had just got signed to WWE, and I was all, damn, the Indies needs, like, who's the next Bryan Danielson on the Indies? And I remember seeing who was El Generico at the time. We got in the same elevator at the same time, and I was all, hey, man, big fan of your work. You're the new Bryan Danielson now. I remember saying that to him, and he was like, oh, no, don't say it like he did like a fake accent. I was like, that you have to be, you have to be in his place now. Like, everything that he encompasses, you have those same qualities, and you have to be that person. And so it's still like that. Like, I still feel like in WWE, he's in that fucking, the fans, he has the heart. Everybody wants him to win, and he still needs the big win. And I think they're going to give it to him.
Yeah. You hit him with you got the juice now?
Essentially, yeah. And he was like, oh, no. Don't put that on me. But he did it. It all worked out. He's one of the fucking best wrestlers of all time. I appreciate that, Leonard. Ten Reasons also says, trying to be positive this week, but F the Fed. I mean,
yeah. Can't say I've been excited for most things that they're doing at the moment. The Naomi thing is very strange. I don't know what to make of it.
Oh, Phil, let's talk about this Naomi shit. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, so Naomi was supposed to wrestle Io Sky on Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
Then WWE tweeted out that she was not medically cleared for the match. Supposedly she was backstage. A lot of the reporting coming out of it has been very sparse. So we have
been speculating, brother. I'm like, we don't know anything. Why is there so much speculation?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Io ended up wrestling Roxanne that night, and that advanced some stuff with her and the rest of Damage Control, or what's left of Damage Control. They're very much teeing up a heel turn, it looks like, for Asuka, because they got into it after the match. They added some more stuff with her and Rhea, and I think all this stuff is
going to
cool.
give you what you want with Asuka and Io, or what is this?
I've been asking for that pay-per-view match for a long time. I hope they are. But yeah, I mean, just the way that they started building storylines, and they even added Stephanie, and she was like, you weren't the only one that was promised the title match. And I was like, what does this mean? Because it feels like they're taking Naomi out of the picture. I hope she's not injured. Like, I hope, well, if they're saying she's not medically cleared, I hope it's not a serious injury.
Right.
But they announced last night on SmackDown that she will be on Raw to talk about the state of the women's division, which is very vague.
Oh, no. I don't like the sound of that.
I don't know. And so, some people are speculating that she's going to be out for a long time, but they don't want to talk about it. And they keep saying it's a private matter, which some people think means that she's pregnant. I don't know. The way that it's being reported on is kind of bizarre, because it feels like if she was just injured, they would just say that.
Right. Exactly. And then the thing came out this week. Oh, the Stephanie podcast came out with her and Jimmy this week, but that was filmed like a month ago, so people thought it was gonna unearth some new information, but it really didn't. And so them announcing that on SmackDown, you know how WWE do. So anytime they do this person's gonna talk about the state of their blah 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 or the state of their career, that could either be a good thing or a bad. Like, we don't really know what it could be. I just hope everything's good with her. Like I said, the speculation and language around it has been weird, so I hope everything's fine.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it, but hopefully it's not a serious injury. This is the worst timing for that. On the most successful run of her career, she's been trying to get to this point for so long, so would really suck if it was a serious injury.
I fucking hate injuries. It'd be the worst time for her. She's just getting started as the world champion, so hopefully it's all good. We'll see on Monday. Tenruz also says, shout out to Tom Campbell for doing JJ's pod live in London. Yeah, if you're going to be in London, definitely check that out.
Yeah, shout out to Tom. Tom is one of those guys that endorses a lot of stuff we do. He was promoting the pod very early on. Shout out to him. Shout out to I thought Jack was out of the game, man. Jack started his own YouTube channel.
Got his own thing. I saw that.
I saw quickly the numbers went up. I was like, no, Jack's a superstar, man.
Shout out to Jack betting on himself. We talked about it a little bit. I'm like, wonder what's going on, and like he's like, nope, on channel, we're doing this. Love that.
And the video idea was smart. I was like, man, so see, this is a guy that's been YouTubing as long as he has, because it's a smart idea for a video concept.
Some guys just get it. Appreciate that, Tenruz. Linares III said, as WWE was serious about TNA, their original agreement would have been Raw and SmackDown folks appearing there. They told y'all this would what it be when it was only NXT. Another Stanford development getting X'd. Yeah, because we still haven't seen nobody really main roster appear. I mean, we've seen like AJ Styles show up, but he ain't do nothing.
Not wrestling.
Yeah, he ain't wrestling at all. So it's just kind of it's another development is all it is. And like, it's funny because people kind of have always historically wanted this, but not like this. Appreciate that, Leonard. Tenruza says, I want TK to do the funniest thing and buy TNA. Nope, as we talked about, that'll never happen.
No.
It's over for that. Could have been a thing, but it's definitely not going to be a thing. Because also that thing came out on, was it Meltzer maybe, that said, essentially, if you buy TNA, you have to be in good with WWE. I don't know if it was Meltzer, but I was reading that somewhere.
I would assume as much right now because they have a partnership going.
Right.
I think the window, if there was a window at some point for him to buy it, it's probably gone now.
Tenruz also says, going with Lorenzo to avoid monopoly lawsuits. Wild. Listen, he knows the game, and that would be the perfect way to do it. So, and he helped bring UFC to the heights it is now. So, It wouldn't be the worst idea. He probably has some ends at some cable networks and in different things. So, he's probably a pretty serious contender for that. The homie Doc Chris Mueller says, congrats on 200, fellas. Appreciate you, Chris, man. Thanks for showing up. It's been so fun meeting so many of you guys based off of Grapsody and my relationships with Will and relationship with Phil and the relationships that have came from that. It's all been amazing.
Yeah, appreciate you, Doc. Doc did us a pretty heavy solid in our first year.
That's a fact.
Part of the reason why we got one of our first big interviews. So shout out to him. Endless appreciation, Doc. We talk about that all the time and like how pivotal that was for us. So we appreciate you. Tenruz also says, a shame to see Portland wrestling go off this way. I don't know what the hell this are you caught up in any of this, Phil? No. Portland wrestling a couple weeks ago
put out a flyer that says, "Back in wrestling, you guys tried to cancel him. You hated him. Joey Ryan is going to be booked on our show." So they put the flyer out, Phil, and of course, it got what you would expect. Everybody was like, "Nope, absolutely not. Why the fuck are you doing this? All this, blah blah blah." And so the Portland wrestling people put out a statement. They're like, "Actually, just kidding. We canceled his fight. He's not booked anymore. We listened to what you guys said." But the message was totally like, "You forced our hand. We're only doing this because of this cancel culture woke bullshit." And so people were like, not really the way. And then that turned into, because the homie shout out to the homie Will from Prestige Wrestling, when they announced that Joey Ryan show, he announced a show for Prestige Wrestling that was going to be a charity show. That it's happening. It's a charity show where the proceeds go to like a good cause, stuff that is opposite of what Joey Ryan represents. So they did that. He was like, "Fuck you guys. We're going to do this show for charity. We're not with that." So the Portland people came back and were like, "Actually, we're canceling the show because we were threatened." He said that Will threatened him with gun violence, and now it's turned into Prestige Wrestling. The show shut down because of threat of gun violence. So it's taking some steps. It went from Joey Ryan's going to be booked on our show to the show's canceled because somebody said they're going to pull up with guns.
Very weird. But see, this is the thing about wrestling. When WWE takes women's wrestling more seriously, you saw what that did for a lot of indie promotions. Like all of a sudden, some indie promotions that didn't have a women's championship, they established a women's championship. When they started booking black wrestlers more heavily in some spots, other smaller indie promotions did.
Yep.
When you have the industry leader doing things, it affects what the rest of the business is doing. So if they're willing to bring back a guy that's named in a lawsuit, other people are like, "Oh, well, you can't cancel this guy either." That's the effect it has, and that's part of why I hate everything that happened with the Brock thing.
Phil is a goddamn monster with bringing these shits around, because I didn't think you were going with that, but you are 100% right. Like if they're setting the precedent, they're setting what it is. If he could do that, we could do that too. Maybe they did forget.
I mean, you saw it the same week, because I saw where the Joey Ryan thing was announced, but didn't somebody else like announce trying to bring back Velveteen Dream in that same week?
Yeah. And people have been trying to bring back Marty Scurll a lot of times too. Like,
yeah.
Damn, that's a great point you brought up, man. If they're doing it, why can't we do it? Yeesh. But they could. They found out why they could do it and you can't do it pretty immediately.
Yep.
That's what you have to realize. WWE's not going to back down though. They don't give a fuck. Like you can come with all your stuff. They're going to be like, "So what does it matter?"
Yeah, and people getting online and saying we're not going to watch WWE. In the short term, that's not going to hurt WWE, but smaller indie promotions, you losing your audience will hurt you.
That's a fact. Way different. If they say they're not watching next show and you're an indie promotion, that shit means a lot. It means way different. If, hey, I'm not going to watch Raw and SmackDown, all that. Who cares? No, this is really affecting the bottom line because indie wrestling promotions need legit every single fan or person watching that they can get.
Yep.
Tendruz also says Riddle needs to come out with the silk trapeze drapes. Riddle is a riddle. I'll tell you that much. I think he would shut up because it wasn't there talks of them bringing him back before.
I don't think that's happening.
I was gonna say I feel like ever since that talk happened, he keeps talking and he keeps getting further away from where he could be.
I haven't seen that guy wrestle in a while. He had a New Japan run for a little bit. He was back with MLW for a little bit. I haven't seen no real motion with this guy in a minute.
You don't watch MLW, Phil?
No.
He's the MLW World Champion.
Okay.
Shout out to MLW. I discovered in Brandon Thurston's tweets that they won $20 million from WWE in that lawsuit.
Yeah,
that's crazy. I didn't know. I knew that they settled out and they got some money, but I didn't know they got 20 M's. That's wild.
I didn't know how much they got. I figured it was going to settle because people were like, "Oh, they don't really have a case." So I was like, "I don't think they would have took this to court if they didn't have a case, guys."
That's what I thought too. Yeah, I was like, WWE's way too powerful. They know that. A bunch of people have taken them to court, and WWE has fucking smashed them. If they got it to that point, they knew that they had a case. And so I was reading a little bit about it with Brandon. I was like, damn, they had a big case actually.
No, I knew they had a case.
20.
When I read it, I was like, they got a case. I just don't know how do you prove that in court. And WWE probably just wanted to make it go away. That's probably why they immediately settled.
Damn, dog.
Tony's saying he thought it was 10 mil. Is it?
Brandon Thurston said 20 M's on this thing.
Oh wow.
So I don't know. It could be
two times the G's.
I thought it would be like a couple 100,000. So anything over 5 million to me is a nuts payout. So if he got 10 or 20, I'm like, yo, holy shit. Shout out to Court Power. The homie Laron Ford, generous super chat. Appreciate you, Laron. Says, congrats, guys, on hitting 200 episodes. Here's to the next 200.
Appreciate you.
What you gonna be doing in 4 years, Phil?
I don't know, man. It's tough. I don't know.
Me neither.
That's a ways away. 4 years.
That's a while away, man. I'm thinking back, but the points that Will was making, like me in 2021 is a completely different person than 2025, Reg. So I couldn't imagine thinking 4 years ahead what that's going to be. I'm tired. Ben Twinblade says, oh my God, Bill Birmingham, you got to come to Fightful Grapsody meet up at Wrestle Dream. We missed you, dude. I'll send this to him in a group chat and ask him. I'm sure he'll be at Wrestle Dream at least. I don't know if he'll be at
I love how Van Twinblade is just asking everybody if they're coming to St. Louis, and most people are like, no, stop asking.
No. Ben, I appreciate you trying, though. You should get a bunch of people out to the Lou. I want to. I've never been to Lou. I want to check it out one day. I've heard some pretty good things about it from people.
Oh, that was Will. I was about to say we didn't go to St. Louis. That was Will. I would say Louis.
Yeah, and you guys went to the Royal Rumble, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I wasn't there.
Different time.
Completely different time. Was that that wasn't the On Fire one, was it? That was a different one.
Sure was.
It was the On Fire one.
When the sign was on fire.
Yeah.
One of the worst WWE pay-per-views I've ever been to.
I remember I was like, are you guys having fun? And the vibes were not that at all.
Not a good show.
Everybody was there, like Denise. A whole bunch of people were like, nah, that shit was bad. I was like, damn. That's unfortunate. Single Blue Nut the Panda says, because both SRS and 2Dub showed up for the 200. Appreciate that. Yeah, Double Dubs was in here. We had some run-ins today. Appreciate it. The homie Busby says, happy 200, fellas. One of the best black wrestling podcasts out there. For us, by us. Great to watch our growth. Also, Aubrey is a bitch ass nigga. You know he can, I was like, yeah, we're doing good here. Everything's gonna be fine. But nope, gotta throw the little stray at the end. But honestly, after lawsuit stuff this week,
yeah, he looks crazy. Now, you can't defend it. I saw some people try, but you can't defend this. It looks bad.
I saw a bunch of people defending it. I saw people being like, "This is lawsuits aren't bad." I'm like, okay, we definitely lost the plot.
Lawsuits aren't bad, bro. When it's coming after a rap battle, it is bad. Your whole way of reacting to losing this rap battle is to sue. No, you look terrible.
I agree. If I slip and break my leg in Walmart and I sue them, lawsuits are awesome. That's what it's for. But after a rap battle, absolutely not. What the fuck are you doing?
No.
And you're talking about wanting to know things that you told us that you knew in the battle, in the fucking lawsuit. So what the fuck?
The stuff you're trying to get confirmation of in there. Some lame ass shit. It's some cop shit. Nobody will say it, but it's some cop shit. It is.
The Dave Free shit. I'm like, all right, this guy, this is a different level of human being right here.
No, it's some cop shit.
And that was the whole thing. That's what Kendrick was basing his thing on. You're on some cop bullshit, and then he goes and pulls that cop bullshit.
No, when when Rick Ross was calling him white boy initially, I was like, that's kind of corny. That has aged a lot better since then because this looks away.
When Rick Ross was going on his bit, I was like, no, I don't. This is doing too much. Now I'm like, I don't think you were doing enough. I don't think he was shamed enough at this point.
People that are saying that J. Cole low-key lined him up. That's very funny.
We said it when it happened. No, J. Cole sat back and examined the whole thing and was like, nah, not for me.
Well, you know why people are saying he lined him up, right?
Why?
Because he's the one that said the big three line in first-person shooter that set Kendrick off. He basically started all of this.
That's funny, but we know that's not true. That's the part of the lawsuit because Drake is like, they started this effort to get me out of here, but this thing was brewing way before his timeline. Is what I keep trying to tell people is like, this lawsuit has nothing because they were already in this. This didn't come out of midair where Kendrick was like, let me get with the record labels and take this guy down. No, this was like 10 years worth of shit coming to a head.
The other funny part is this is another one of those boomerang bars he had where he threw something out there and it came back around and it ended up hitting him back in the head. He came out with the push-ups record and you made it seem like Top had him signed to a bad deal. And UMG was like, hey, by the way, this is the deal you're in. Publicly.
UMG said, hey, you're talking about deals. Your deal's not really that great, actually. And I've seen a bunch of people being like, well, he paid it back. I'm like,
bro, saying all of that about dropping give me 50 and all that after that, and then turns out you're basically in a 360 deal. Yeah, nah, dog, that looks crazy. It looks crazy.
You were throwing stones and you're in a 360 deal, dog. Like that. Every corner I'm like, wait, what? I don't think you could do that.
Yeah. It looks none of this makes him look good. That's why I'm like, dog, just shut up and put music out or get low or whatever you're gonna do, but like let this go. You lost. It's over.
And he's like, you guys are doing this to my name. Now you're doing this to your name because you could have laid low and been fine with this. Now you're doing this to it.
You look like the biggest cornball in hip hop history.
Ever, like far and away. You're number one off of this fucking lawsuit. You did this to yourself. Not because of what Kendrick did. I would have got over the Kendrick shit. Like by now, I'm like, not like us. I like that song a lot. But a year out, it would have been fine if he would have shut up for a year or just did music and not did no corny shit. Everyone would have forgot about it.
Yep.
Appreciate that, Busby. You're so funny. Your pod putting out clips of you just destroying Drake. Like, don't forget. Appreciate that, Busby. Modreval says, when is Michael Oku getting that all elite graphic?
I don't know. I assume something's got to be happening because he's made a few appearances on RH. So I don't know. Maybe he's going to be an ROH guy. I don't know.
Maybe next week since they're headed overseas and they're going to be in London and in those parts, and maybe he'll play a part in this. I know there has to be some kind of something in place because, like Phil's saying, he's been in ROH a couple times. Like he's been, and when he's featured, they like talk about him like he's more than just some fool. So I think there has to be something in place.
Yep.
Michael Allen Lewis says, conspiracy theory. Cody recently said he was disrespected at AEW. TK took over creative, diminishing Cody's status. Now the Bucks lose EVP status. Are they treated like scrubs and cry about the disrespect? Or the Young Bucks are treated like scrubs and cry about the disrespect?
Are you insinuating that they're doing that on purpose to make fun of him? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that this whole storyline is to mock him? Is that what you're saying?
I think that's the conspiracy Michael be trying to pitch, maybe.
I don't know. I think it's a coincidence. I think it's a coincidence. It would be funny if that's what they were doing, but considering the Bucks and Cody are on good terms now, I don't think that's what.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. That's a pretty funny way to look at it, though, Michael. Like wrestling, you're not far off because wrestling is like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, historically, that's what they would do. But I don't think that's what this is. I think it's just a really funny coincidence the way that these things are working out. Great comment though. The homegirl, my co-host. She should be asleep because she's up all the time. Denise Salcedo says, show some love to Grapsody by subscribing to their YouTube channel. Look at her pitching our YouTube channel better than me. Appreciate you, Denise. Subscribe to watch the watch along on Wednesday. And you want to subscribe to something, also subscribe to Denise's new Patreon channel because we're doing some fun stuff over there, like watching old AEW shows. Appreciate you, Denise. Hope you're having a nice Saturday. Are you watching Collision tonight? Question mark.
Yeah, youtube.com/@Grapsody. Subscribe. Got interviews, clips, the things, the stuff.
I love scrolling YouTube, just looking for a video and saying our clip. Like this week, I'll sing our clip with people seem to love our AEW thing that we did together at the Texas show and those clips. So that's been great. Like we had so much fun. I wish we could do more of those in-person interviews like all the time because they are amazing.
Yeah, all of our stuff we did from the press junket at All in Texas are there. All of our interviews, our shorts and stuff are up there. Yeah, we've got, like I said, some of our other interviews, our Adam Cole interview that would have been nice to get like into the next week with it, but
we could have wrote that one for like 3 or 4 weeks, I think, Phil. I don't know what I was still getting into prepared to talk about this mode, and they were like, nah, actually, let's talk about something else with Adam Cole.
Yeah. But yeah, all of our interviews and shorts are there. Clips from this show, you can find them there as well. The last short I put on there, I forgot until I clipped it and put it on the channel, was Powerhouse Hobbs saying that he wants his TBS title back.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to the big homie. That was super fun. And shout out to Denise. Appreciate you, friend. Tenruza says Trinity and AEW with Mercedes would have been lit. What about Bailey? Because that's what I want to see.
Because ain't no stopping us now. Nothing afraid on the floor. It seems like they're teeing up this heel turn based on that vignette this week.
Hot. Everything that Bailey's been doing, even though it seems like they're pushing back on the stuff, it's all been great. Like she's still at this point in her career trying to develop new angles, new characters, new bits on who she is. And I think that's awesome because she could be in cruise control mode right now, Phil, if she wanted to.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like that's the kind of person she is.
No.
Shout out to Bailey. Richard Cranium says, Kev out here saying Drake won that shit. He's lying.
Kev? Which Kev?
Kev on stage?
I don't think it's Kev on stage. Kev.
Vin Hart?
Yeah. If you think that Drake won that battle, you're definitely lying. You're lying to yourself. It's all right.
If you could, I don't like. So if you read the lawsuit and was like, "Yeah, that's my guy. He did it," you gotta be on some other shit.
Oh, Kevin Durant. Yeah, nah.
Oh, yeah. Of course, KD did.
That's his guy, though.
Yeah, he was riding for him the whole time.
KD is wilding. He is absolutely wilding. Forget the lawsuit. Forget any of that. We just watched the whole football stadium yell A minor in unison. No, dog. He lost. Cut it out. He lost, man. Stop.
A stadium full of people, Phil. And then went to the Grammys to get his award, and everybody at the Grammys is screaming at
room full of his peers screaming it in unison, bro. No, he lost. Cut it out.
A room full of this guy's peers were screaming that shit. He's done,
bro. This
guy is shit singing this shit. You're out of here.
This guy is running around cutting people off, getting upset at people that he thinks were either at the pop out or dog. That's stuff you do when you lost, dog. That's not winner shit. That's loser shit.
I appreciate that, Richard. And then our last super chat for now is from Leonard Aaron. Says, if you listen to lawsuit Aubrey, you would snitch. You can listen to him and not be a snitch, I think.
I I know a lot of people that still listen to his music. I still like a lot of his music, but nah, you can't defend this. This is cornball behavior.
Do you think should people start talking about him like they talk about Cole now? On like, you can't be about all that braggadocious bullshit on your next record since this is what you do, or does it not matter?
Well, this is why I didn't like when people did that, because they're not gonna keep it consistent with everybody.
Right.
Like Maul was the main one saying that. Maul is not gonna hold Drake to that same
He
standard.
was just saying that like a week ago. I watched him and Rory talk about Cole's next album and him being like, he can't say any of that shit. It's a different person now, but he ain't gonna do that at all for Drake.
He's not gonna hold him to the same standard. But it's the same thing when people are like
J. Cole's.
Far worse. But it's the same way some people try to hold Drake to the ghostwriting thing, but some of their favorites have also admitted that they didn't write, and they're fine with that. And they'll be like, "Oh, well, that person don't count." Well, why? Like, bro, we love Dre. Dre not only has allegations on him, but also we know Dre ain't right. We know Snoop has come out and admitted he didn't write.
Like half of the California Mount Rushmore, it's wild. You know what I mean? Like if you put Dre and Snoop on there, both of them have said out loud that they don't be writing their raps sometimes. Out loud. Like that's what their whole careers are based off. So it's like they don't hold. Yeah, it changes with whoever it is, and they're not going to hold Drake to the same standards that they're going to try to hold J. Cole to.
Absolutely not. I mean,
and J. Cole just said, "I'm out of here. I don't want any of this shit."
I remember I brought that up with Kanye because Kanye still has his staunch defenders everywhere. And I was like, well, Kanye don't write. Well, he's never said he was the greatest. All right.
The guy that was standing on all the A&R's tables and pushing people down, saying that nobody makes better music than him, that he's the best beat maker and that he's the best rapper. That was how he got into the game. That guy never said it. All right. The guy that says he's the greatest at everything he's ever done, that guy never. All right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What a nasty guy. New documentary come out. You gonna watch it?
Sure. Nope. Sure, I'm not.
Why do they keep making documentaries about this guy?
Well, I think this one's produced by his camp, right?
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not watching it. No, thanks. I've just come to the conclusion that a lot of things I believed about him were not true. I just think that this guy has turned out to be a big fraud, and that is very sad to me because I was a big fan, but no, I think he's a fraud.
That
on every level.
That maybe feels like the saddest part for me too. Phil is like, oh, all that shit you were just bullshitting. Like, bro, I remember Talib Kweli came out and said it, and he was like, yeah, all that was he was faking essentially. And I was like, no, maybe not. But like now I'm like, okay, now I hear what you're saying.
Bro sat on Drink Champs and said that he was never really a conscious rapper. He just faked the funk to get people to listen to his music. And when you really think about it, yeah, that makes sense because nothing about the music that he wanted to make, the kind of people that he wanted to be around was conscious music.
I mean, he was with the Lyricist Lounge niggas, and they were saying they hate everything that this guy represents, essentially, like chains and money and cars and clothes, and that's what all of his raps were about.
Yeah, nah, I can't unsee it.
He went to go get Mos Def, the biggest fucking conscious rapper at the time. Like, we know what type of time he was on.
Yeah, I can't unsee it now. Every time I pay attention to certain things, and now when people are like, yeah, we want the old Kanye, I'm like, I kind of think this guy was always this way. I just think he hit it better. I don't know. I digress.
Yeah, every time I hear old Kanye, I'm like, I don't think there was there. That's not a thing.
Yeah. The music was better. That's all.
That's it.
We've got some humper chats. Okay, we got some from Tony P. Says it means WWE got their hooks tighter into TNA than we could have imagined. If they didn't find a buyer WWE approves or buys them outright, I do wonder how it will affect wrestlers that were fired from WWE NXT future WWE releases / free agents. Yeah, I just don't see how this helps TNA. I mean, we'll see later on, but I just don't see how this helps them. And the history we know here, this doesn't usually end well.
It's funny because, one of our topics that we still need to get into here, previously, a guy like Karrion Kross, I'm like, immediately to TNA, like he already would have been in a previous generation cooking in TNA. Like he would have immediately from being released to being on TNA TV, but now that can't be a thing because they're in cahoots. You know what I mean? Like
he wasn't going back there anyway, based on his exit from TNA. He wasn't going back there. So
it's like that's where the monopoly shit really starts to get fucked up, because like there's only so many places that are mainstream wrestling that these people can go now. And like if you didn't even burn bridges but some shit went down on a couple of your exits and people started talking, you could have that attached to you. You know what I mean? Like there's apparently something with because people keep being like, oh, bring this guy to AEW, and there's like some stuff with that reasons that could block that. So it's all been really funny, and TNA kind of being taken out of being the other development brand for pro wrestling. I think that's a big unfortunate too, because now you can't really strive for that because you're essentially just striving for WWE, and I guess that could be a thing.
Yeah, the Karrion Kross stuff has been an adventure this week. The news dropped that Karrion Kross's contract expired.
Mm-hmm.
I thought with the fact that this guy just wrestled on one of their major pay-per-views, it was very bizarre that his contract would abruptly expire and they wouldn't re-sign him. But given the way that he walked out of SummerSlam and they haven't attempted to pay off any of the Sammy stuff since SummerSlam, and Sammy's moved to a completely different brand. That's all kind of telling as well. Killer Kross now has he released the second part of like his docu series that he had going on his YouTube channel. It was a very interesting watch, very well produced. It's a very interesting watch. I don't know what to make of it coming afterwards, because a lot of people, the talk out of this has been, well, this is the work, or is this storyline? But watching the documentary, he says a lot of things about the company. He says a lot of things about creative and being a good soldier there and what they did for him. He brings up some of the stuff with Triple H, and I don't know. See, my issue with this, and I said this on Twitter, if it's a work, I have two big questions.
Yeah.
One, who are you working? And then two, to what end?
Yeah.
Because if it's a work, then it's leading to an angle.
Yes.
Right? Because some of the biggest works we know, it's leading to an angle. I mean, off the top of my head, the pipe bomb. We all thought that this was a shoot for the longest time until we all found that it wasn't. It was a work. Totally. But that's part of an angle. It's an angle between John Cena and Punk.
Yeah. Like when Punk left after he beat John Cena for the belt, there was still a resolute, because it was like, well, then he could go back and defend his belt. He can go back and do John Cena. There's none of that around Killer Kross. It's like he can't go back to anything. Leaving
the company with the belt, that being a work, you still got an angle there. And the stuff that he was saying, Punk at the time, it was very pointed at Vince and creative, but Vince is different. Vince is an on-screen character. So you can build an angle around
talking about him like an on-screen character.
Exactly. You can build an angle around going against like the most notorious authority figure in the history of the company. If you're trying to build anybody as an anti-authority figure, I mean, that was the whole appeal of Austin versus McMahon.
Right.
So it's different. You've built up over a decade of this guy being an on-screen presence. Triple H isn't an on-screen authority figure. And I mean, yeah, he shows up on TV, but he doesn't show up on TV in a way that Vince did. He's not positioned on TV as an authority figure for the wrestlers to rally against. And just look at the way that Triple H presents himself in all of this stuff. He always presents himself as, I'm doing this to move the company forward. He's not treated as a bad guy.
He's not working like heel. You guys all suck. I can't believe this. He's not getting booed when he goes out there. We don't have this expectations of wanting to see Triple H get his comeuppance at this point. Like, we're not like, he needs to be punched in the mouth as an on-screen character.
No, none of this like WWE Unreal and all this stuff. None of them presents him in this light where it would make sense for a wrestler to be coming in and trying to make that guy look like someone that's hindering him. Those two things just don't make sense. And I thought that even more when he did the Helwani interview. I haven't watched the Helwani interview in full, but the clips I've seen, again, it doesn't really make sense. Because he at one point talks about the contract, and he says they offered him a contract and they gave him 24 hours to sign it. And he came back and said, how did you come up with this valuation for me? And he didn't get that back, and then they rescinded the offer. And so,
and then he said Scarlett wasn't a part of the offer also.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, what about that? Like, this kind of feels like the R-Truth thing where it could turn into they renegotiate with him later and bring him back. But again, that doesn't feel like everything around this and what he's doing is a work.
Right.
Now,
and then he talked about the doing that promo WrestleMania weekend.
Yes.
And how Triple H didn't like that.
And that's again why I'm like, why would you admit that? Why would you say that if it's a work? And Helwani outright asked him during the interview, hey, is this a work? And he's like, nope, I'm talking to you as Kevin. This isn't a work. And that's why I'm like, if it's a work, you wouldn't draw attention to it.
People are trying to use the excuse as Helwani is essentially not on the payroll, but he's like, this is essentially a WWE platform at this point.
But he's had other WWE wrestlers on there that's gotten released. And this didn't lead to them being back there. Because if I remember correctly, he interviewed Shotzi. Didn't he interview
Shayna this week too?
He interviewed Shayna on the same episode. Didn't he interview Tegan as well?
Yep, he did.
And so, yeah, those things makes it hard for me to believe that this will work. But again, the biggest question I have here, if it's a work, what does any of this accomplish? Like, what is the end goal to this? Other than, I've seen people keep saying, oh, well, it's just to fool the fans and to show you, like, to get one up on the fans and the dirt sheets. But again, if it's a work, it's leading to a story. It's leading to an angle. What is the story here?
So, like, yeah, when he comes back, then what's he gonna do when he comes back? And nobody has an answer.
Who is he gonna wrestle? Because if it's an angle, it should be leading to somewhere.
Like he wasn't talking about, and then I'm gonna go back and beat blah blah blah's ass. Like, all of it is just it's Triple H.
It's I'm being held down. I'm being treated unfairly. But I don't see like the end goal to this leading to an angle or leading to a match. And there's other things he said that I'm like, that's kind of, I don't understand. I don't get it. It's strange. And so there was a report this week, I think it was from the Observer, where he said somebody at an indie promotion was saying how much Killer Kross is charging for appearances. And they were like, oh, I'm not buying this at all. Whoever that the indie promoter was, I'm not buying any of this at all. And they basically made it seem like his rate is what it is because he knows nobody's going to pay it because he's just going to go back to WWE anyway. I don't know what to make of that either, because again, his rate could
just all before. I've heard this story before though. Like this is the oldest story, a story older than time. They said when Rey Mysterio left WWE, his price tag was so high that they knew they couldn't book him. Like it's for a reason. And I've seen a bunch of wrestlers, because I have wrestling promoter contacts, that are like, their rates are so ridiculous we couldn't book a full show with them. And that's how these guys do.
Yes. As like you said, that's not the first time we've seen a wrestler come from WWE and then their rate went up. Mm-hmm. But I don't think his rate is that because he's banking on nobody booking him so he can go back. I mean, this would be a lot to go through just to keep people believing this work. He's got shirts on Pro Wrestling Tees.
His rate is like that because he thinks that's his worth. He don't give a fuck about WWE. He's like, if I'm gonna go out here, I'm gonna get paid while I'm out here.
Yeah, I mean, most of the guys that come from there, they're gonna come there and their rate's gonna go up. Mm-hmm. And I've seen people say also, what makes it look like a work is that throughout the docu-series and throughout this entire time, he's been saying like, I want to go back. Like he's never at one point made it seem like he wants to be anywhere else. And he even said at one point, like, he didn't understand why they would think that he was being difficult just to be difficult because he wants to be there. And
that's what confuses me the most.
And I understand that, but you also got to look at it from his point of view. He doesn't have a ton of options. And I'm not saying he doesn't have a ton of options because of his talent level or the demand for him. But when you just look at the scenarios, okay, he's not going to go to TNA because of his exit from there. Mm-hmm. And TNA also has ties to WWE.
Yep.
So he's not going to go there. That's far-fetched. He's not going to go to AEW because Don Callis is there.
Yep.
And he also talked about that in the Helwani interview that they didn't approach him, and he thinks it's because they think it's work. Which I don't know that I believe that. I don't know. But if like you're banking on staying in the US, you don't have a ton of options other than WWE. If you want to, and based on what they're saying about his rate, if you want a big money contract, you don't have a ton of options.
Nope. Essentially, it sounds like he got one option.
And so I think that's where he's coming from when he says, I still want to be here, because this is where he wanted to be anyway. He talked about like, you know, all of his favorite wrestlers, all of the wrestlers he grew up idolizing, they worked there. And then when he talked about, again, like just his current situation, this is it. This is where he wanted to be. So
it still is confusing though. Like every story that you're telling me is that they don't give a fuck about you and they're treating you like shit and you're trying all you can to be good at this and they don't care. If somebody treated me like a dog and they were like, get the fuck out of here, I wouldn't be like, I'd like to go back. And I think that's where people get confused. Every story you're telling me you should leave that company. They don't respect your worth. They don't respect what you're doing. And then at the end of it, you're like, well, would like to go back though. It's like, well, what do you mean you'd like to go back? They treated you like shit. So I think that's where it gets a little bit confusing for me.
Well, the thing that's fascinating about this is because he got released before. He got released and then Triple H brought him back.
Yeah,
seems like Triple H wanted to work with him. And now it seems like for whatever reason that it flipped. I mean, he talked about how he hasn't spoken directly to Triple H in a while. They had like an in-between between them. And again, that's why I'm like, why would you put that kind of information out there
when Triple H has been selling something else as the type of person that he is as the COO?
Right, because I mean that's why I'm like, I don't think that lends itself to this being a work, because it's like, what advantage does he have? What benefit is there to making Triple H look this way? I just don't see the purpose for it. I don't see like, what does this accomplish for him?
It doesn't. Yeah, that has been the most confusing thing, because it's like, well, that's the guy that you got to convince to bring you back. If that's you know what I mean, like because the post stuff has seemed like he's like, I'm trying to get to Triple H so we can kind of hash this out, and I can't.
Yeah, it's all very confusing. And look, I could be wrong. Maybe this is the work. But I just don't think that makes sense, especially with what his on-screen character was before he left the company. He's a heel.
It's even completely different than like the Truth stuff, because like Truth still had something to come back to. Like he had the John Cena shit looming, you know?
Yeah, and so I do think that if he does end up going back there, I do think they're going to treat this like this was the plan all along.
Mm-hmm.
We got you.
Worked you
got
again.
you. It's a work, but I just don't think that makes sense. I don't think anything about this makes sense.
No.
Even the idea of him not getting another contract, and he was seemingly a Triple H guy up to this year. I mean, if you'd have told me like 2 years ago this would be where he is, I would be confused by it because Triple H was the one that brought him back.
I remember when he got signed, he worked, I think West Coast Pro, like right before he left. And I thought Triple H is going to love this guy. The first thing, like they were like, oh, he's leaving. I'm like, oh, he's going to do great up there. Like the whole time, like I just knew he was going to be one of those guys. And so for it to get from there to him feeling some confusion and not really knowing what's going on, I didn't think it would be this way, especially when whatever they're doing is working and they have had fans that want him back, and he probably is going to get back off of this groundswell of support. It's all just a super confusing situation.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people coming for Sean because people come for Sean in general. And I should have asked him this when he was on. But I've seen a lot of people trying to make it seem like Fightful and people that work here have like an agenda to spread propaganda to make him look good. And that's not what I'm attempting to do. I'm just asking questions because I don't understand any of this. It just doesn't make sense to me. And that's why every time someone asks, it's like, oh, it's a work, I start asking questions to further understand why you would think that. And then it'll turn into, well, it's definitely a work. Well, why? Why do you think that? Well, look at this. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Like, that doesn't mean anything. Like that could mean anything. Like people being like, oh, well, he went on Helwani's podcast. Okay, well, Helwani interviews a lot of people.
He does. That's all he does is interview people. And of course he would get this interview. We're all talking about him.
Exactly. He's one of the top interviewers in the space. Regardless of what you think of, oh, well, he's in the bag for WWE and he has personal bias. He's one of the top guys in the space. And I mean, that part in itself is also weird that I think, people turn this into, oh, well, media has an agenda to prop this guy up. And it's not the first time I've seen people do that with Fightful. Like I've seen, like, I remember when the Intercontinental title tournament started earlier this year, and I said that I think Dakota was going to win. And I saw a lot of other people that also do Fightful podcasts were saying the same thing. And they were like, why are you all saying the same thing? Maybe we all just coincidentally agree. I don't think we all got in a meeting or got in a group chat and said, yep, this is who we're going to push. All of us are going to say Dakota Kai. And if that doesn't happen, it's just us pushing this agenda as an outlet. No, it has nothing to do with that. I think people are thinking too deeply on these things.
Yeah, what would that do? Like, how would that work? Like a wrestler comes and they're like, silly. Hey, I'm going to pay you guys to put me over. You think a wrestler's going to fucking pay us to put them over? Do you know wrestlers? They want to get paid to be put over. That's not how this shit works.
But I mean, even if you don't think that, just the idea that Fightful as an outlet has just decided we're all going to tweet the same thing to try to get people to agree with us on things. That's just not how things work.
No.
It's just like I've seen people say that about Bleacher Report, like, oh, somebody will write an article about this is what's wrong with Seth Rollins booking, and then maybe me or somebody else write something praising it, and then somebody will jump on the comments and go, well, which one is it? You guys said this the other day. Different writers work here, and different writers have different opinions. Like there is no constructed agenda for the entire outlet for us all to agree on things. That's not how these things work.
Never. Only time we get a collective message as Fightful people are when Sean Ross Sapp says, hey, everybody, send in your invoices. That's legit it.
Or be careful about how you're covering things. Just cover certain things with like sensitivity and some tact.
Yeah.
But that's
he
normal.
never says you have to say this or you have to do this. Ever.
No,
nobody's ever said that to me.
That's normal, like editor stuff. But like people, I don't know. I just think people trying to make conspiracies out of all of this stuff, especially when it comes to WWE at this point. It's just bizarre to me. I just think even something as simple as us criticizing the Mina thing. What do you have it out for, Tony? Maybe I just don't understand why he booked this way. It's fair to ask questions and have valid criticism. Why does that turn into, oh, well, the media's out to get him? No, I didn't care for this. It's okay. I don't like it.
Shit. I hate when people be on that. Here you guys go, and I'm like, don't put me in a box with these motherfuckers because we're not. That's not what this is.
It's weird, man. Yeah. And I thought this last week when we talked about the Brock stuff, and of course there's some people that are going to tiptoe around it. Certain outlets are going to cover it differently because they want to protect relationships, and they're not really in a place where they can talk about it in the same way that we do. It's just strange to me that people expect everybody in this space to act the same way.
Mm-hmm.
It's so, I don't know. It's so silly. I just think that people have a wrong idea about how media works. I've also seen people turn this into, oh, well, if you or any outlet you're on still covers WWE, you're part of the problem. That's just not how these things work. It's not how these things work, man. I mean, just think about at one point how obnoxious I think a lot of stuff around NFL was.
Mm-hmm.
And like NFL being duplicitous in a way that they handle conversations around race. And it sure fucking feels like they blackballed a black man for speaking up on a real issue and protesting.
Right.
And so does that then mean that every black media person at any sports outlet should then stop covering NFL?
And we know they've done, even beyond that, a bunch of terribly immoral things.
Correct. And I mean, that's why I'm like, I don't know. I just think this idea, and it's really an internet era thing of people thinking that there's like a zero-sum game thing. And it's like, oh, well, it's all or nothing. And it's not. That's just not how the world works. I want this all to be exactly the way I want it or nothing at all. And it's just doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at all. People are very confused about how this media stuff. Saw it a lot with the press conference talk and how people were focusing on media in that and WWE canceling them and all the talks around that. And I was like, oh, you don't understand what this is.
Again, I just think people don't understand how these things work, and people acting like, well, why are you so offended that these things are taken away? Some people spend their money out of their own pocket to travel to these events and cover these things. I don't think that it's that big of a jump to then be upset that this was handled in the way that it was. This was handled in a very tactless and unprofessional way. Right. It'd be different if there was an announcement or an email like, hey, going forward, there are not going to be any more press conferences. The way those people found out that there weren't going to be a press conference is ridiculous.
They were there. They were waiting for the press conference, essentially. Yeah, I know we've gotten press stuff where on the thing it'll say there'll be no press conference after this.
Right. It's usually on email.
No interviews or anything like that. They always tell you weeks before sometimes you even get there.
Yeah. But acting like, who are you to even be offended? And that kind of stuff is silly. People are jumping all over Rosenberg. And when I saw Rosenberg's quote, I was like, I think you should have said that, but
wrong messenger, I think. Right message, wrong messenger. You just talked on the post show, so you can't. I don't really want to hear what you have to say about this, I think.
It comes off a way. I wouldn't have done that, but again, I'm not in Rosenberg's shoes, and again, he's in He's in a tricky situation as somebody.
You can't do the show and then be like, it's because you guys are fakers, but I was there. Like, that looks crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. But Rosenberg does that quite a few times. It's very funny every time he does it. He'll add his 2 cents to a situation, and he'll be a little bit spicy, and I think he knows he's being spicy. And then when people come back at him, well, why is everybody coming at me? Why is everybody picking on me? It's like, well, come on, man. Like,
because after they got into his mentions and it was bad, he had to come back and be like, well, hold on a minute.
Why y'all booing me? I'm right. Why y'all booing me though?
But I just saw a bunch of people being like, not you, Pete. You can't be the one to say this.
Yeah. I think a lot of conversations around it have been unfortunate, to say the least.
Yeah.
But I think it's like most things that I keep saying. I think the issue with a lot of things is people are not listening to each other, and I don't think people are trying to comprehend what I'm upset about before I respond and tell you it's not a big deal. That people can't wait to get it's not a big deal off. But it's like you don't even trying to understand what it is I'm actually upset about.
And because we get lumped in, like if there's a bunch of awful people and they're continuously awful for a run, like what you brought up earlier when you said, well, why are you guys attacking Tony? Because like there are people that constantly attack Tony, and then they try to put us in there if we have one criticism. I fucking hate that shit. Like, it's not the same, dude. 95% of my stuff is positive things said about this company. And then the 5% people are like, oh, you guys are always so negative. I'm like, what do you mean?
Can't win. Either we're too complimentary or don't criticize them at all. It's like, all right, I don't know what we're supposed to do.
I've seen people legit on the watch along say, don't criticize them. And I'm like, that's not how this really how this works.
No. Brigov, I thought that was disgusting as well. People turning it into
I saw so many.
This is Malcolm's fault because Malcolm was in there.
It's the Waffle House guy. It's the Waffle House guy.
He was in there asking about waffles, and that's why the press conferences went away. That's not why the press conferences went away. And I think to try and put it all on him is ridiculous. I mean, even people that are like, oh, well, people were going in there and asking bad questions or softball questions. Those people were all approved by WWE. Those are people WWE wanted in that room. And so they got the questions they got because those people were approved. And before people will be like, yeah, but you don't know what people are going to ask in there. If you think that WWE does not watch people's content and vet these people before they bring them in there, boy, I got some news for you. Because they know a lot more than you think.
That's what I wanted to say, Phil. I'm like, you guys think Malcolm wasn't in there just one time? Like, you guys think they had Malcolm in there and didn't know that he asked questions about Waffle House? They knew specifically
he did it more than once.
And all the people being like, softball questions, they want softball questions. If they bring them back, they're going to bring back Malcolm. They're not going to bring back the fucking hard copy Brandon and all those. No, they're going to bring back the people that are asking about Taylor Swift and EO Sky having a match together, because that's what they want. They don't want you in there asking about Brock Lesnar and Vince McMahon.
They have regulars that they continue to bring back for a reason.
And they were bringing up all those regulars. I'm like, you guys think they're regulars there for a reason.
WWE approves all of these people. That's who they want in there. That's why I'm like, if they wanted people from newspapers and like journalists that are going to ask the kind of questions that would make people in that room uncomfortable, they would have them in there. They don't want them in there.
Easy as that. Easy as that. If they wanted 10 fucking journalists who got journalism degrees and come in here talking that shit, they would have that.
Yeah.
But them fools come in asking about fucking page 34 of the lawsuit, and they don't want to hear that shit.
They don't want to hear that, bro. That's why I'm like, bro, they knew when they went to ESPN, though. They knew they had to have their script ready. And ESPN even didn't ask them like really hard questions about it, but it was brought up.
Yep.
And that's why even when
it kind of was a softball version of it being brought up, but it was brought up.
Yeah, and that's why even when people were like, nobody in that room was going to ask about it, bro. You cannot tell me that Brock being back was one of the biggest moments of the year. It turned into this big viral sensation. We did 75 million views and all this other shit, and nobody in that room was going to ask about it. That makes no fucking sense. None. Stop it.
I hate when people say that. Well, what are you mad about anyway? Somebody was going to
ask about Brock. There's no way no one in that room would have asked about Brock.
No, it's impossible. Unless they came out and cut. This is probably what they would have did if they would have kept him. No questions about Brock. He's not here.
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way that would have worked. And they know it.
Cancel them all together.
Yeah.
What if we just avoid it all? Oh, yeah, that'll work.
Let's do a post show.
Because they still do the same thing. It's the same thing. All you need really is Triple H to come out or somebody to come out and tout these numbers. That's what it's really all about. I don't give a fuck about talking about the show.
That was the funny thing about what Rosenberg said as well. And I don't want to make this seem like this is just a whole effort for me to kick in Rosenberg. I don't dislike Rosenberg.
No.
I like Rosenberg. I find a lot of what he does very funny. Because he was like, the press conferences sucked the air out of the room and they were boring, and the post shows are entertaining. It's like, yeah, but of course. Nobody.
My bit is entertaining.
well, that part, yeah. I mean that part in itself is self-aggrand. Is a little pat myself on the back a little bit.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Even beyond that, if you're giving most people the chance to watch a press conference where people are just asking questions, or watch a recap of the show with wrestlers and people that are there for the sole purpose of entertaining you, yeah, that's more entertaining to watch. The post show's whole purpose is to be entertaining.
Yeah.
You mean?
Like a press conference is supposed to be informative. We're supposed to get some information. We're supposed to get some things out of it. It's not supposed to be a laugh factory. We're not supposed to get bits and shit off. It's supposed to be what it's supposed to be.
It's a press conference. Like, yeah. If you get the chance and you're watching football, do you want to sit there and watch the press come in and ask the players questions? Or are you going to turn to SportsCenter and watch the highlights and watch like the analysts talk about the game? Most of us are turning to SportsCenter.
Most people
what
turn
are you talking about?
Conferences, yeah. Nobody's really sitting there listening to that, except for like the journalist niggas that want that shit. It's been such a funny, sick conversation because I have different friends that have been like talking to Denise and talking to Alex and talking to you, of people who have been back there and have dealt with some different stuff surrounding the press conferences and just media in general. And it's funny where it's gotten.
Having been in a WWE press conference, they're very different than AEW press conferences. And that's how I know that it's a very controlled environment.
Right.
And I think most people know that. I don't even think it's necessarily a negative thing, but it's just the truth of the matter. And that's why when you act like, oh, well, this is the questions and this is how it came off. Yeah, because they wanted it to come off that way.
Because they pick and choose who they want to ask questions. If there's 20 people in there, all 20 of those people aren't asking questions.
There are people that get approved for media, and everybody is not getting a chance to go in that press conference. It might be you got a pass and you're in a press box, but you're not approved to come in the press conference. And like I said, if you want me to believe that WWE, the biggest company in pro wrestling, is not vetting people that are in those rooms, no way I believe that. Absolutely.
They can't.
Absolutely no way.
They wouldn't. They would not let some fool that they know nothing about just in there.
And I mean, I know that for a fact that that's not true.
Well, yeah, totally.
So, no.
Because I've looked around these rooms and I know what it takes to get up in there. And to not get up in there, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's stories I could tell about that, but and not even negative stories. It's just that it's how I know that that's not true. That they as a company pay attention to more of these things than you think, and they know more about these outlets than you think.
Somebody's always watching. I remember when I first got on this pod, I was thinking it's just my friends and I talking on every Saturday. It doesn't mean anything. After 4 years, some of the eyes and ears that have consistently on our pod or know what we're into, I'm like, oh yeah, it's not just we're not just talking on Saturday. You know what I mean? Like there's some shit behind it, and there's always some eyes on us.
Yeah, it's a ton of things that I've seen since we've done our podcast. So I'm like, oh, yeah, that's in there with our Lord. Somebody sent me before, and I completely forgot this was a thing. Swerve did an interview with somebody, and he was on somebody's podcast, and he was like, "Yeah, Tony spoke to Will Washington. He used to be on the Grapsody podcast with Righteous Reg and Phil. Shout out to them." And I was just like,
"Shit!"
And it was like in an interview.
I've never seen this.
I was like, yo.
I know, I'd be like, why are these people so, why do they act like this towards Phil and I? But then sometimes I'm like, okay, I could see it. Now I get it. I understand.
Yeah, no, I've seen certain things that I don't know. I've seen things linked to us that I'm like, oh no.
I was gonna say, both of our guests for today, I've gotten text messages from both of them being like, Reg, what are you doing? What are you doing? Somebody told me you did this. And I'm like, oh. And when it's that somebody, they like, oh, this person, I'm like, wait, that person was watching the pod?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a journey, man. It's been a journey.
You have any super chats left, or?
Yeah, we got a couple of more super chats. The homie Tenruza sent a couple of 7. If prices come down, I'll see K Dot here in Melbourne. Yeah, I want to so bad. He's at the top right now for me. I don't know. He's just going to keep getting into bigger stadiums, so I probably lost it. I'll just watch a stream of it at this point.
Hey, you got the pop up.
We'll see. Titters also says the only Cross I want to see in AEW is Lena Cross.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing Karrion over there. We won't be seeing any of his carrying on over there. You're not about to see that.
Simple ass joke, but it really worked. We won't see his carrying on.
No, I don't think we'll be seeing that.
He also says, wonder if TKO just buys Anthem Sports outright.
Is it worth
why
it?
Would you? Yeah, I was gonna say, why would you?
Is it worth it just to get TNA? That's a lot.
And if you're doing what I want you to do already, you're already doing all the work for me. I don't need to buy you and have your debts and assets attached to it. I'm good. And then last one is from Tenroods. Also says Fed signing problematic AAA guys. No surprise. Yeah, there was somebody that they signed. That was Stephanie Vacur, the beef that she had. There's one of those people or something. So, yeah. But then they were saying those are just for merchandising purposes. But we don't know what these contracts are going to be like now. We don't know what is going on behind these.
Yeah. I don't know. They could be signing these people just for rights to use their likeness or something, and then they could like get rid of them immediately. Like that, it might not mean that they're signing them to put them on TV.
No. That's everything. When is the Triple Mania? Is tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
We got some more from Tony P. He says, as for the Cross stuff, it's obvious WWE don't give a shit about him or Scarlett. From the low ball reveal to how they stringed him along, it's nasty work. If they really value someone, they would have locked him down before his contract ended. Yeah, I mean, look, they could end up renegotiating with him, but I don't know.
Yeah, see, the game's fucked up now because, like you're describing, Phil, they could just say every situation's an R-Truth situation. Like, they could sign them today and be like, ha, I got you. So it's like, we don't know anything now.
See, you like that?
You like that, huh? You're along for the ride, huh?
You along for the ride?
What a sick individual.
Yeah. Tony also says, imagine being a free agent or release star from WWE/NXT, knowing you may not be AEW ready or will never get a chance there. Go into TNA, then be back up under WWE's thumb, especially if you are learning it was more benefit than working for WWE. Yeah, a lot of weird stuff going on there.
Mm-hmm.
He also says, I think this was to go along with the Kross thing. No, believe me, Lola's contract was almost up, and they locked her down ASAP because they see value in her, especially with AAA purchase. Plus, if you think he will be back soon, ask the other 40-year-old Cardona how that has been going for him. I wouldn't compare him to Cardona.
I think it's a different situation, totally.
I think it's a different situation. I mean, like I said, this guy was just on SummerSlam. That was a week ago.
A high-profile match, too. He wasn't just on the show, you know what I mean? Like,
that was a week ago.
Yeah, it's different.
So, I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure they'll try to finesse it into look like a work or whatever they're going to do. It was a work or a pseudo work or whatever the hell. I don't know.
Like I was saying when Sean was on earlier, I'm tired of being worked, Phil.
I'm tired of these wrestlers.
Quit trying to turn us into something and make us into something and think we're being tricked all the time. Yeah. Dirt sheets, we got them.
Yeah, Cardona do be expressing his desire to come back.
He's
been doing that a lot.
That Kevin Owens and Cody clip killed me.
So funny. Tony P says, as for G1, Evil was a choice, but hopefully Takeshita will win. Hope this is all a story about the outsiders like Walker and Charles tried to tell. Hopefully they can make something good out of this. With that, have a good weekend, everyone. Appreciate you, Tony.
Appreciate it, man.
Let's see. From all good day, Grapsody fellas. Congrats on 200. Fucking Evil. Let's go to Kesta. Also, Pump, we're getting Hiromu match at Forbidden Door. Yeah, very excited to see Hiromu in a one-on-one match. I think him and Kyle Fletcher are going to kill it. It's
funny because a bunch of the last couple of years, people have been like, it should have been Hiromu versus Darby, and like that's not even in a life to be led. But it's great to see him on this card. Kyle Fletcher has been on a fucking generational run at this point with what he's been doing the last couple of weeks. So that's going to be a great match.
Yeah. Let's see, from XX Han Lons. Yeah, this what's going on here? XX Han Lonza Razor. I think I'm saying that correctly. It's a lot going on with this username, my guy. Says a happy 200. Guess they have to make sure the crowd cheers to Kesta tomorrow. Shaking my head. Should have been Ren Narita. Luckily, I am 99% sure Takeshita is winning. Oyoe is my G1 MVP. Fuck the Fed for trying to fuck over DC. We ain't going to take it. Yeah, that whole thing. I don't know how much you're up on that, Reg. Trump trying to push for the power to step in to like law enforcement and bring military in, and like
he mentioned my city's name in that stupid ass press conference. So
Oakland, and of course, you know, he's had this vendetta against Chicago for the longest. So I'm sure that would end up in there as well. But that's not surprising. He has been threatening martial law for a long time. This isn't new. He's just looking for any excuse to do it. And that's where we are with the ICE situation as well. And that's why I'm like, people, this is nothing to joke about. All this stuff like Dean Cain going, oh, I'm gonna join there. Like, no, this is nasty. This is fucking nasty.
Yeah, it's Luckily, our governor has been fucking fighting this fool every single day, trying to get some kind of something. But I'm waiting for every moment for them to be like, the National Guard has been deployed in fucking Oakland, because they're on that shit. And it's not. I was looking at and reading a lot, watching a lot of videos from DC this week, and people talking on both sides about how they feel about it. I'm like, it seems disastrous over there, man. Holy shit.
It's crazy. That report came out as well this week about him trying to vet what goes into the Smithsonian and get his approval on it first, which is like, I mean, straight out of the fascist playbook. Like,
there was the African American Museum too, right? He said it has to all essentially be approved by him, and it's like, what the?
Yeah, it's horrible. But you were warned. People were warned. I don't know what they expected. From Desi, she says, hey guys, just wanted to say congrats on 200 episodes. Wow, it's been 4 years. Thanks for all you do. Here's to 200 more, man. Thank you.
200 more is a lot. Every time you guys keep saying, I'm like, damn, you know how many episodes 200 is? That's 200 weeks.
It's a lot. Yeah, appreciate you. In a very generous Humper chat. From Rafael Garcia, he says, happy 200 to Rhapsody of Graps. I hope you all continue to bop with the baby, just to dance to Nick Wayne's theme for another 100. Stomp out Gato's booking for having Evil beat Suji, giving us this possibility of Evil winning. All Gato's fault. That was the other thing that I wanted to ask Will before he got out of here, and I didn't get a chance to make this joke. I had this joke prepared and I forgot. Because I was gonna ask him, I was like, hey man, MVP asked us what Grapsody means, and I was like, wait, I didn't come up with the name of the podcast. A guy that you know that works for your company came up with the name podcast.
Couldn't get that one off, not today.
No.
No. Wow, what a time.
I think that is all of our Humper chats. Just want to double check before you get out of here.
That's all of our supers too.
Okay, that is all of our Humper chats. Appreciate you guys again. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you guys hanging in with us for 200 episodes. If you are one of those people that have been here since day one, man, appreciate you guys so much. Even if you're like one of those people that after Will pieced out or whatever monumental moment that happened in the last 3 years or so, you still hung with us, man. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, unbelievable. Somebody out there has watched all 200 of these with us and been along. A couple of y'all have been along for the ride, and can't tell you how much we appreciate it. Can't tell you how much we appreciate the love and support we consistently get on it. Feels like a daily basis. To the new people, some people, that was their first time ever seeing the three of us together on a podcast because they came after Will Washington left. So shout out to y'all too for joining along and being great supporters and people too. All of you that I've met post Will Washington that say you love what Phil and I do. It's amazing. Like, it never, ever, ever gets old of somebody being like, you guys in a black space and black wrestling fans come up to us and be like, there wasn't you guys before. Now, whatever it is, it always hits so hard. So thank you guys for 200. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for all the Humper chats. Thanks for all the tweets and love and everything that's came for 4 years, man. I don't know what I would be doing if it wasn't for this shit.
Yeah, more than anything, this provided a way to, just sit and kick it and talk with friends about wrestling or hip hop or basketball or whatever. Almost 4 years is a lot. A lot has happened.
And then that's coming up. We're about to have another anniversary super soon too, at the beginning of October.
Yeah. Well, a lot has changed in my life. A lot has gone on. So it's just like, this has been like a constant and all of that. It just seems really weird to think about. But yeah, appreciate you guys. Yeah, that is all we got. That's all we got.
No 6 hours, you freaks.
6 hours. Why do people want that?
That every time I see that, I'm like, what? Why are you saying that? Because we did an almost 6-1, I think, before, and people really liked it, but like,
yeah,
we didn't like it.
No.
That's too much talking, you guys.
Absolutely not. Before I get out of here, I just want to say, because I haven't said this anywhere else, happy birthday to my mother. She would have made 69 this year. My mom, her birthday is August 15th, so it was yesterday. I still have a difficult time sometimes vocalizing it, but
Totally.
I just wanted to say that out loud because the thing people don't tell you about grieving is you never really stop grieving.
No.
And I think the more you can, speak people's names into existence and continue to talk to them, it keeps them here. It keeps their memory alive. And it isn't always easy, but that's the things that we have to do to keep people still here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
happy birthday to your mom, man.
Happy birthday. Rest in peace. That's where I'm going to leave you guys. This has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Righteous Reg. We're out of here.